All right, hi everybody and welcome. This is the Apostate Prophet. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Quickly let me know if everything sounds okay and looks okay, if you can hear me, if there is an echo. Daniel, can you say just a few words to test your
Yeah, can
audio?
you hear me?
Yeah.
Everyone
Let,
can
let
hear
us
me.
know if technically everything sounds okay. I am here as announced before with Daniel Hikikachu, who is a Muslim apologist and who is a Muslim who believes in a very in the who follows Islam traditionally and fundamentally. I want to quickly say a few words before I give the word to him and before we start. I just want to say briefly, this is although it may appear like it, this is not meant to be a debate. So this is not meant to be a confrontation between, you know, where I want to defeat him or he wants to defeat me, although I don't know about his intentions here. But I don't want to, a debate is not the point. This is more of an inquiry where I want to ask questions to Daniel Hikikachu and ask him to justify and defend how he believes in the strict Islamic rulings and laws that he believes in. And I will be, of course, digging into his thoughts and his ideas. We will exchange ideas, try to find out truth, try to find out what is right and what is wrong, what can be justified and cannot be justified. This is really just a pursuit for reason and common sense and truth, and I believe that we have a common goal here. Quick note: I will not be able to read the chat and the super chats, but I do appreciate the comments very much. I will probably be able to look at them later. There are moderators in the chat who will keep track of the language and spamming and stuff like that. I would just ask the moderators to allow everything that is part of this conversation. So all opinions, even as absurd as they seem, they are part of this conversation. Just allow them. If you just see language abuse and spam, just look into controlling that, please. And that should be all that I have to say. As said, my guest here is Daniel Hikikachu, and Daniel, how are you doing?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Wonderful. Good, thank you. I really want to say, I really want to appreciate that you are here. I find it great that you agreed to have a talk with me, because I would think that many people who would be in your position in this confrontation wouldn't really want to sit down and just have a normal conversation with me. But you have agreed to have a peaceful, normal conversation for this sake of truth. So I really appreciate that you have joined me today. For all those who are curious, do you just want to briefly go into who you are, Daniel Hikikachu? Who is Daniel Hikikachu? What is your background? And what are you doing?
Yeah, so Bismillah, Alhamdulillah, Salatu ala Rasulillah. So I write online. I've been writing, lecturing, teaching online for over 10 years now. And I have a website, muslimskeptic.com. I founded an institute dedicated to growing Muslim faith in Islam and specifically addressing these kinds of objections that often come up in the modern world against Islam. And so we're going to talk about a lot of these issues today. And the institute's name is Alesna Institute. So my background, was born and raised in the United States. My parents are Iranian, and they're very secular. And I would say that maybe they have similar outlook as you regarding Islam and the rationality of Islam and so forth. So that's my background, a secular background. I always considered myself Muslim, but I would be considered non-practicing. Then I became more practicing in high school due to the influence of friends. And then in college, I really started studying Islam more deeply. So I went to Harvard University. I did a double major in physics and philosophy. Then I went to Tufts University to do a master's in philosophy. And that's where Daniel Dennett, if you know, one of the four horsemen of new atheism, he's a professor there. Interesting, no one in the faculty there likes him. Insider information on Daniel Dennett. But in college, so I started learning more and more about Islam. And my initial understanding of these kinds of cliches about Islam. Islam is a religion of peace. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was a feminist. Islam is about tolerance and so forth. All of these things started to come in conflict with what I was learning about Islam. The history of Islam, I was getting more into the prophetic biography, the history of the companions, some of the more advanced texts within Islamic jurisprudence or fiqh. So all of these things, I was recognizing that, wow, Islam has things that deeply, deeply conflict with my understanding of what Islam was, and then things that conflict with the modern world and conflict with what I saw as common sense, right? The common sense of, that everyone had about human rights, women's rights, tolerance, religious freedom, freedom of speech, all of these kinds of things. So there was a conflict between Islam on the one hand and then this modern common sense on the other, and they're mutually exclusive. And, fortunately I was in a situation where in the philosophy department, I could explore, well, how do I resolve this conflict? Which one is right? Is it Islam or these modern common sense? And I found out after, through undergrad and then graduate school, that actually what I thought was common sense was actually a very particular philosophy, Western philosophy, originating within the 18th and 19th century. British, French, and some German thinkers, their very particular philosophy about morality and the world, that had become the common sense of the modern world, that I was suffering from that kind of bias and that kind of indoctrination. So I found out and explored and realized that that philosophy is fundamentally incoherent, right? It's fundamentally incoherent. And in contrast, Islam, what had seemed so, strange and conflicting at first with my biased presuppositions, turned out to be far more superior, moral, rational. And then later on, I also started learning about the history of the Western world. Well, how does this very particular philosophy from white British and French thinkers become the dominant common sense of the world that even my parents, who are, born and raised and lived most of their life in Iran, in the Middle East, on the other side of the world, how did they become indoctrinated by this? And I found the shocking history of Western imperialism and the imposition of these doctrines on the entire world in a very brutal and systematic way. So this was, really enlightening for me, and it made me realize that, when we look at the Western world, why are they in the position that they're in? And maybe you can help me understand this in our conversation. How is it that the Western world is at the position that it's in? Because this is often used as an argument against Muslims and against Islam. Islam is backwards. Look at the state of the world. Look at where Western countries are at compared to the Muslim world, and there's a huge discrepancy. And yeah, so I mean, the point of contention for me, because this is what the debate is, or this conversation is fundamentally about, is values, right? What are the superior values? And it seems obvious to many people that Islam, having things like hudud, having things like capital punishment for adultery or for homosexual behavior, for apostasy, this is proof, very clear proof, that Islam does not have superior values. In fact, it's inferior, and that's why the Western world is so much at such a higher place. We have these values of freedom and equality and liberty, freedom of speech, and so forth. But I want to question that. I want to challenge that very directly, because I don't think that it's because of values. I think the values of the West were imposed, and there are many reasons why that it can't be values.
Do you think it is bad that these values, we haven't really given it a name, but do you think it is bad that these values were imposed on the rest of the world, especially on Islamic cultures in the Middle East?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is it a bad thing?
Very bad.
You described it as brutal, for example, that these ideas were imposed on Islamic society. But weren't Islamic values throughout history for 1,400 years also imposed on the rest of the world? Didn't Islam, on its pursuit of establishing justice and truth, also impose Islam on every culture that it encountered?
Well, there are two things here that we have to separate. There's the question of imposition and the way that that imposition happens. I'll concede and agree with you that Islam is a universalist religion, that it believes, and we maintain that Islam should spread because Islam is good. Islam is the truth. Islam is what can produce human happiness in this life and salvation in the next. So it's universalist in that these values should spread, and sometimes that requires imposition, right? But this kind of imposition is shared. This idea that values should be imposed is shared by the Western tradition. So there's not really a difference there. Human rights are imposed through sanctions. Countries that violate human rights are sanctioned. There's intervention, military intervention that is used to coerce countries to comply with a international human rights security council mandate. So that's imposition. We agree on that, right? Do you agree that that's imposition?
I don't think it is the same thing, because I think when Western nations, by the way, I want to say I don't agree with imposing our philosophy or our ideas on other cultures. So if you base the entire point on, well, I agree with this imposition, so why don't I agree with that imposition? I would say I don't agree that Islam should be imposed on other cultures, and I also don't agree that liberalism should be imposed on other cultures, especially not through force, not through not directly, not militarily, not by dominating these cultures by force. I agree that they are imposed even nowadays in a way by saying if you want to be part of this union, then you have to accept these values. So if you want to benefit from these benefits, then you have to accept these values. If you want to get support from us, if you want to have diplomatic relations with us, then you have to accept these values. That is the imposition that takes place from the point of the view of the West nowadays. But that isn't really quite the same as what Islam did over the 1,400 years, right? You would agree with that?
No, yeah, the Western imposition is far more brutal.
No, but Islam imposed values through direct war, through declaring war against all the nations that refused to accept. So
Operation Iraqi Freedom, was that about spreading? Wasn't that justified on the basis of spreading freedom and democracy?
I think that is a very particular case, which.
But that's actually the standard case. That's the universal case. Haven't you heard of the white man's burden, or the civilizing mission?
That is just a theory. I mean, the original.
No, that was a theory that drove the imperialism and colonialism that we're talking about.
But the point there is not to attack these cultures and spread your values onto them, especially not in today's time.
That's what civilizing burden means. Civilize the savages, and it wasn't just Muslims. It was Native Americans, it was Africans, it was Chinese, East Asians. Yeah, of course. Like, how can you deny this? There's entire fields, non-Muslims, entire fields of decolonial studies where they have volumes and volumes cataloging the imposition of white supremacy, European dominance across the entire globe. And it was justified on this idea that it was justified on a racial basis, that the white man is simply more intelligent and has a higher IQ and is therefore able to develop technology that leads to utopia, technology that leads to all of these goods, what they claimed were goods on the basis of the Enlightenment liberal philosophy. Then they had this burden imposed that, no, we're going to civilize these Muslims, these Africans, these Chinese. So they come into the light of reason. They let go of their dogmas. They let go of their abuse of women. They let go of their all of these bad things that we find in these savage cultures, and we're going to develop them. We're going to civilize them, and that was the basis. That was the basis of all the imperialism that came from the Western world and the colonization.
But we don't quite see that, though. I mean, Let me
What
make
don't you
this
see?
point. When we look at colonization, for example, with colonization, the point was to expand Western power. For example, during it lasted until the First World War, for example, where the purpose of these powers was still to get as much dominance over Middle Eastern and African cultures as possible. And when they got this dominance, for example, they did impose their values. That is true. Which was not the primary goal. However, the primary goal was to exert power over these nations and to expand your own borders.
Well,
Whereas
you're just
with Islam,
proving
for
that
example,
you're just proving that, or you're claiming that wasn't altruistic. That's fine. Like I agree that they had a kind of motive for self.
I'm not claiming that they were altruistic. I'm not claiming that they were after something good. I am actually recognizing that these nations, these cultures, these governments, these kingdoms, these regimes were after power. That was basically. That is what happened before the 20th century.
I thought you're
and
making
early
a
into the
distinction
20th century.
between Islam expanding and the West expanding. And I'm saying that no, they were both expansionist. I was going to make the real distinction. There's no distinction between wanting to expand, wanting to impose values. Whether the ulterior motive is okay, I agree with you. When Islam wants to expand, it cares about people's afterlife and their flourishing in this life, and the values are meant to inculcate that kind of flourishing. So if you want to say that the West actually doesn't care about freedom and liberty and all of this, fine, I can concede that point.
No, I do actually think that they care, but the problem that I want to come to is you are for example comparing today's liberalism to Islam. I mean, we see in the world that liberalism dominates the world. The West dominates the world. The West has complete power over Middle Eastern nations at the moment and over many other nations. Yet we don't see that even nations that were controlled by the West or that are still very much under the influence of the West, that are vastly supported through fundings by the West, that these nations abandon Islamic values and completely turn towards secularism. Even nations that were established by Western powers, like the UK, for example. When you look at Pakistan is still an Islamic republic, for example, which has kept their Islamic values and their Islamic laws. They have never abolished the law that you are. That you are not meant to defame Islam in order to spread your own beliefs. Similarly, with other Middle Eastern cultures, it is still forbidden by law in many of them to do missionary work for Christianity, for example, or to speak against Islam, to publicly apostatize. So these cultures have evidently not adopted liberalism, and liberal nations today are still not enforcing anything on them. In fact, I could blame them. I could blame them for having the United Nations and still working with all those nations without making them accept very basic human rights values, such as the right to choose your own religion, or the right to spread your own religion, or the right to leave your religion, the right to criticize your former religion. These rights don't exist in many cultures today. So how can we possibly say that the West, liberalism, similarly and aggressively spreads their ideas and imposes them on others, as Islam does? Because when we look at Islam, we see that wherever Islam went, Islam relentlessly imposed its own worldview.
There are a lot of distinctions here, so I just want to take the time to make them. To respond to your point that there are Muslim countries that are practicing the Sharia, I'd really disagree with that. Yes, there are countries that have remnants of Islamic law, but most of them there's been an imposition of a kind of constitutional democracy, a kind of secularism that has a Muslim flavor to it. Like, you can't say that in a country like Egypt that this is an Islamic state. It's ruled by a secular dictator, and Muslims who advocate for Islamic governance are routinely detained and even murdered and assassinated. So these countries, I'll grant you that the West, in its dominance and imposition across the entire globe, will allow tokenism and will allow Muslims, as long as it doesn't threaten their power. If there are countries that threaten the West's power in any way by even not using the dollar as their currency for international trade, they will be brought into submission. Okay, and this is why it's very hard to dispute this. Like, it's not something that happened years ago. It's an ongoing process.
It's about power, though, right? It's not about ideology. It's about power.
Like I said, we can concede that, but no. The power is through the ideology, and it's through. Look at what's happening throughout the Muslim world. Unfortunately, we find many Muslims who are secularizing, who are leaving their values, and it's because of their entire structure of society has been gutted by a secular system, by the atomization of capitalism, by consumerism, by a global media that is constantly broadcasting a Western secular liberal ideology into everyone's homes, on the internet, on social media, which is highly regulated according to liberal values. Like, I'm worried that this stream is going to be deleted by YouTube for the things that I'm saying. So how can we say that that's not imposition and control and the imposition of ideology? So I wanted to talk more about this, on this difference on the issue of free speech, but we'll get to it when we talk about apostasy. But the other distinction with Islam spreading, so one of the big differences is that because of the historical time period, Muslims never had weapons of mass destruction. We never had chemical weapons. We never had bombs. So the spread of Islam was not bloody in the same way that modern warfare and modern expansionism has been bloody, and that's a big difference. The other thing is that Islam's expansion wasn't racial.
Necessity, though, right? out of the conditions that
genocide is by necessity.
No, I don't know about that. They weren't as bloody as 20th century expansions, because Islam didn't have access to these weapons of mass destruction, because Islam basically failed before these weapons came into existence.
I mean, I don't know how that's a positive for the West, but okay. So then, when it comes to genocide, the expansion of Islam also wasn't racial. It wasn't racial, whereas in the West, it is racial. The white race, the British and the French and Western Europe, it was on the basis of their supposed higher IQ and the civilizing burden, the white man's burden, to expand. So that's another very big difference. Whereas Muslims allowed anyone to convert. So when Muslims were expanding, I agree with you. They incentivized conversion to Islam. So yes, that is an imposition of values, but again, it's altruistic. It's not, we're going to decimate you and kill you because you're not Muslim. No, the impetus was that we want you to convert, and that's why Muslim civilization has been extremely racially, ethnically, and culturally diverse. They've been united by Islam as a religion. We don't see that when it comes to the majority of other civilizations, past and present, which are ethnic in nature, racial in nature. We want to expand our race, our people, and that kind of violence that they have to use is on the basis, well, let's just wipe out the other races and ethnicities, whereas that's not the impetus, and it wasn't. And if you, and this is not me like putting sugarcoating on it, you can read the actual texts from Islamic scholars from 500, 1,000 years ago.
Okay, I want to come to the source of this, though, to the reason of this. That's actually a great point to stand on for a second. I know we are far off where we are supposed to be in our discussion right now. But actually, the distinction between Western nations and nation states and Islam as which puts more emphasis on religion. I think this is the distinction is very clear. Racism is, for example, it was a problem in the West, whereas religious supremacy was a problem in the Islamic world, and that is, I think, the reason to this might be not very clear to many people, but is actually very clear if you logically dive into into what these nations are built on. When Western nations converted to Christianity and fell apart as an empire, they created nation states, and the foundation of their states were the nation. This is the French nation, this is the British nation, this is the German nation, whatever. Or the German nation was even tinier nations. But the point is that that the foundation of their societies were their nations, their national identity, racial identity, skin colors, and languages, and these values that they have. Whereas in Islamic society, the foundation of the nation was religion. In Islam, race didn't matter, religion mattered. But if you look at it in the end, while the Western society prioritized the race and the nation, the Islamic society prioritized the religion, which is Islam, and oppressed lesser people, minorities. Now, you could argue that race and religion are not equal, are not the same thing, because you cannot switch out of your nation or your race, while you can switch out of your religion as you wish. The problem is they are certainly not the same thing, but just to point out,
no, I agree.
The reason one matters here and the other matters there is simply the foundation of these societies. You would agree that a Buddhist, for example, or a Hindu, or someone who worships rocks and statues, or someone who apostatizes from Islam, like me, for example, wouldn't have the same right in an Islamic society that you as a Muslim would have, right?
Yes, I agree.
You would agree with that. So in an ideal Islamic society, you would be the ideal person. It would be a supremacy of you as a Muslim. Whereas I, as someone who has left Islam, wouldn't even have the right to enjoy those same equal rights, because under Islamic law, I wouldn't any longer be part of the ideal identity of society, which is religion, as opposed to race in Western states. And as a result, I would be executed under an Islamic state. That's true, right?
No, yes, we're going to get to that, but you're conflating two things here. You're making it seem like Islam has this, let's call it like value supremacy. It believes that its values are supreme. Yeah, but I'm saying that that's exactly the same as any other culture, any other universalist system of values and beliefs is true of liberalism, past and present. Liberals are universalists. They believe their values are superior to the values of religion, to Islam. They're also supremacists, and they wouldn't you agree with that?
Sorry, there was just a thing.
Do you think that values, liberal values, are superior to religion, or let's say Confucianism, or traditional 18th century Buddhism? So you're a value supremacist as well.
No, I would say I look at it from a utilitarian perspective. I don't consider that there is some divine or natural truth within these values, which is why one is superior to the other. I would say that liberalism is
irrelevant. That's just
better.
Incidental.
No, I would say that liberalism is better because it provides. It corrects things as they should be corrected, because the basis of its morality doesn't depend on what some divine source, or what some book, or what some person 500 or 1,000 years ago told us, but rather what we, for example, scientifically find, or through thought find. For example, the idea behind liberalism is that we should emphasize equality before the law and human freedom, because if we leave progress to religions or to traditionalism, which restrict society, then we will always find ourselves in revolutions, because as much as governments and traditions restrict society, those people who want to move on and who don't agree with the supreme system will eventually explode and destroy the system. Which is why in liberalism we should allow everyone to be equal and to be free, and slowly move on.
Right. So you're just giving a story of why liberalism is supreme or superior in terms of its values. You have justification for that. That's fine. That's fine. Well, let me finish. You have that story that you're giving, and I can provide a story for why Islam is superior and why these liberal values are incoherent, because that's what I claimed at the beginning of our discussion. So, but the point that I want to emphasize here, and I think it's very crucial, is that you are still a supremacist in terms of your values, in terms of liberalism. Okay, so,
we all are, of course.
Okay, great. That's all I want you to agree to. And the reality is that liberalism is being imposed that liberalism is being imposed throughout the world by force. And I think you agreed that that's the case. That's the history of the West. That's the history of the Western world.
That it is not imposed on the same level, especially not today. I mean,
today is the most suppressive, brutal regime that has ever existed. The amount of control that the secular liberal regimes and this world order imposes on the individual is unprecedented in every single respect because of technology, because of surveillance. Like, you can't go and park your car in a certain part of the street without the state hammering you if it's against the law or if it's against the policy, right?
Okay.
The amount of control and oppression that exists today is far greater than anything from any civilization in the past. And that's because of technology. It's because of the logic of the state and secularism, right? This is the logic of secularism that is imposed. It is imposed across the entire world. You don't even a small Southeast Asian country like Brunei announcing, like a population less than 1 million, I think, announcing that it wants to, reintroduce hudud, this penal punishment within Islamic law. It can't announce that without the entire world saying that it's going to sanction it. It's going to, there's laws introduced by Ilhan Omar in Congress, the Muslim who is anti-Sharia. How is that not imposition? Right? That is brutal imposition.
What were the methods used in order to impose?
The threat of sanctions.
The threat of sanctions.
Sanctions are extremely violent.
Can you briefly define what sanctions are?
Sanctions means we're not going to trade with your country. We've gotten your country dependent on our money and our resources through trade. You're now hooked, right? You're hooked on the world economically. We're going to cut that off. We're going to cut that off. Like, haven't you read Confessions of an Economic Hitman?
Of course. But
okay, is that fiction or fact?
What I'm trying to get to here is you're saying that liberal values are brutally imposed on the rest of the world, but the example that you're giving is simply Western people saying, hey, if you impose a death penalty for gay people, then we will stop trading with you.
Yeah, to starve you. To starve you, yeah. To starve your children, like we did with Iraq. 500,000 children starved to death. And when Madeleine Albright, the Secretary of State under Bill Clinton, was asked in the 90s, do you think that that's a cost that should be paid for our values, for U.S. interests? And she said, yeah, 500,000 children, no problem. Let them starve. Let them starve from sanctions. That's the most violent thing that you can find in history. Muslims never did anything like that. Muslims never starved 500,000 children. Where? Show me.
Okay, let me ask you something. Let's imagine a historical Islamic empire, which, as we have almost always had throughout the 1,400 years of Islam. The Islamic empire stands here. It is ruled by the Islamic Caliphate, which imposes the Islamic truth, the supremacy of Islam, onto everything it dominates and onto everything that it can possibly dominate. And it's always at war. As Islamic scholars have agreed throughout history, an Islamic empire should strive through spreading Islam through contract or through war, if contract doesn't work. So let's imagine this scenario. An Islamic empire exists. Next to it, a tiny country says, hey, we accepted Islam before, but we don't really want to abide by that right now anymore. So forget about Islam. From now on, we will open gay clubs here. People will dance around. Will be gay. Will be naked, and this will all be approved by us in the name of tolerance and whatever. And you should just keep out of that. What would the Islamic Empire do in that position as a reaction?
It would invade. It would invade, and I conceded that at the beginning. I said that there's force, and there's a good reason for the benefit of those people. For the benefit of those people, they would Islam would come and impose Islamic law. Yeah, of course, I conceded that. Just like the liberal supremacist will say that, oh, this country is not allowing gay sex and gay clubs, and this country is not there's marriages, like they practice polygamy, they practice Their women have to cover in this particular way. Their women aren't allowed to do X, Y, and Z. We know that they're a small country of agrarian farmers and goat herders. Guess what? We're going to drone them incessantly. We're going to invade and make sure that their women take off the burqa and that their women are sent to read, you know, our Western literature. And we're going to drone them and invade them, and we're going to drive them into the ground, send them back to the Stone Age if they don't accept.
Okay, I think we're going far off the point.
No, that is the point. That is exactly the point.
Let's collect the comparison again. So we were talking about Brunei is a country that wants to impose the death penalty on homosexuals. Wants to say if you are homosexual, if you commit a homosexual intercourse within this country, you will be put to death. Whereas a different country wants to deviate from Islam. It wants to allow homosexuality and open gay clubs and nudity. Brunei is forced to change their laws through sanctions from the West, whereas this tiny country is forced to change through invasion by the Islamic Empire.
So both of them are by force. You agree that both of them are by force, right? Because the conversation will just boil down.
Okay, yeah. Let me go through this. I wouldn't at all describe the one compared to the other one, especially as force. I would remotely say, I would only say, I don't know, if the word compelled, although it is a synonym, doesn't carry the same weight, I would rather use that. It is not force, as in an Islamic
coerced is not the same as force.
How do you think you described forcing through sanctions as more brutal than forcing through invasion?
No, it's force. No, the invasion. Okay, you're imagining. Okay, don't imagine Western invasion, right? Because of course that's extremely brutal and bloody, and millions will die. That's not how Islamic offensive jihad was actually fought. It was because that's not the nature of pre-modern warfare. I mean, that's just a historical fact. Like you have the battle happens in an area, territory, and then there's a winning army and a losing army, and then the losing army is enslaved or whatever the penalty. Yeah, we'll talk about it. What happens to the losers in modern warfare by the West? What happens to them? Well, they're in a crater. They're in a crater. They're dust. You can't even see their remains. So don't save the laughing. But look, the difference is that there's imposition. Right. Let me get to the point. Sorry. No. This is. Let me finish. Okay. You want to say that? Okay, fine. There can be many ways to coerce. That Islamic example, like the Islamic Empire and then the small gay country, the empire can also impose sanctions. That's fine, but the point is that there is coercion. Coercion means force, and whether that is through market manipulation, if it's through diplomatic manipulation, if it's through actual physical force. Okay, those are all coercion. So that's not really the difference between the two scenarios. The difference is in the value, right? The value of is homosexual practice something that's good for society or something that's bad, right? In the same way that the liberal supremacist makes the judgment that women wearing a burqa or getting married at a younger age than 18 is something that is wrong and has to be stamped out and wiped out across the world, and we're going to use force in order to do that, right? So that's a discussion about values, and I have to justify that, right? Because you're speaking with a lot of your listeners, it'll seem very obvious that what's wrong? There's nothing wrong with homosexual behavior. So of course Daniel looks like a monster and Islam looks completely irrational because it wants to impose something that is barbaric and contrary to what is common sense, right? So I have to talk about. We'll come to that. Yeah, we'll have to come to that. But that's all I want to establish is that they're both coercive. They both implement force, and the difference. So at that conceptual level, they're the same. I would argue further, however, and you can feel free to disagree, but the modern methods and the European imperial methods involve genocide, were based on racial supremacy, and were far more barbaric because of technology and also because of conceptually or in terms of if you're a materialist, 1,000 people dying, 500,000 people dying, okay, who cares? Whereas a Muslim is thinking these are souls and we want them to become Muslim. We want them to become Muslim, right? So there is a distinction on that basis, and you can feel free to disagree with that.
I think it's a big misrepresentation of materialism, or what someone who lacks belief would actually think about human life. But I want to do just two very brief things. The entire point of that comparison was just I want to ask you why you would think that. That imposing sanctions, as in we will not trade with you, like we, the West, will not trade with you any longer if you impose these laws, why that is more brutal than invading a country and forcibly changing the law of the country. How is that? How do you define it? If you just can briefly explain it.
I didn't say that they're more or less. I didn't say they're more or less.
You said it's more brutal.
No, I said as a whole, like just because of the scale of it, like you're switching between a historical comparison versus a conceptual comparison. Nothing that Muslims have done historically is as brutal as the mass killing that has occurred by the hands of the West, and that's because of technology, right?
But we are now not comparing concepts, but rather just
right. So that was the historical comparison, but you're sliding in back and forth between them. Conceptually, I agree with you that all else being equal, ceteris paribus, all things being equal, the sanctions are going to be potentially less violent. It depends on the nature of it, but they're both coercive. That was the point.
Okay, so we have to come to the point that they are both in a way forced. So they're both in a way.
Come on, 500,000 children, Iraqi children, starving to death. That's not forced.
I got it. So we have to come to the point that they're both in a way forced. But we have to agree that they are, as a concept, invading versus imposing sanctions are not brutal on the same level.
Just, no, I can see that. I agree.
Okay, sure.
No, sanctions and invasion, of course, they're not the same.
Okay, I want to. We spent a lot of time on this. We actually wanted to talk about the whole topic of my video, and you came here because you watched my video that I made about you. I asked you if you would like to have a conversation with me, or I hinted that I would like to host you and let you present your ideas by yourself without me possibly taking them out of context. So here you are, and the topic of the video was that you defend the strict Islamic laws, such as the Hudud laws, which are laws that are prescribed by Islam directly, such as the killing of people who commit homosexual interactions or intercourse, killing of adulterers, the lashing of fornicators and otherwise sexual deviants, punishment of apostasy, punishment of blasphemy. These were things that we wanted to talk about. I would like to, before we go into the discussion, let you explain. Do you believe in these things as I have represented them? What is the summary of your political beliefs of Islam on society when it comes to morals, like sexual deviance or LGBT or apostasy or blasphemy, for example?
No, well, obviously I believe in those things, and I believe that the politics and the governance of a society is based on the basis of Islam and Islamic law, as traditionally understood for 1400 years.
So according to your Islamic beliefs, which are based on the fundamental laws of Islam, what should happen in an ideal Islamic system? What should happen to someone who commits homosexual intercourse?
So when it comes to all the hudud, they're procedural, they're based on witness testimony, they're based on a court, just like any crime that we find in Western governance and jurisprudence. And then if someone is convicted for doing the homosexual act, male to male, that's important because there's a distinction between whether it's females or males doing it. So male to another male, then both of them convicted, the penalty is capital punishment in Islamic law.
Okay, so males who commit homosexual intercourse and where it is proven or where they admit, they should be sentenced to death. That is the summary of that. What about adultery? People who are caught, who are married and who are caught having sex with someone that they're not married to. What is supposed to happen to them under Islamic law?
The same thing. It's procedural. There's a certain bar for evidence. So it's a high bar for evidence, just like any capital crime, but it's capital punishment for a married individual who is engaged in extramarital sexual relations. It's a high bar for evidence, and anyone who has read about this topic knows about 4 upright male witnesses having to see the penetrative act. And then if that bar is reached, then it's capital punishment through stoning. And then, but I mean, if there's not 4 witnesses, maybe there's only 2 witnesses, the judge can have lower than that as a punishment, such as lashing. So there's still corporal punishment for, you know, those things if the evidentiary bar is not met. So I'm very clear on this. Like, I'm not trying to distort. This is exactly what all of the scholars Islamically agreed on, because it's in the Quran, or the ruling is from the Quran. The actual verse is abrogated, but the ruling is there. Lashing for fornication is there in the Quran. The punishment, capital punishment for same-sex behavior is mentioned in hadith of the Prophet, peace be upon him. So I mean, I'm not trying to, what I want to argue, okay, and what the whole point of being here is to talk about the logic of hudud, to see how can this be made sense, like a non-Muslim.
I'll come to that. I'll come to that. Okay. I will come to that. I want to quickly move on. I'm an apostate by the definition of Islam. I am a murtad by Islam's definition, which means I have left my Islamic belief behind. I have publicly explained, I've publicly said that I have left Islam, and I'm also explaining to the public why I left Islam and openly criticizing Islam. What would happen to me under an ideal Islamic state?
The capital punishment. I mean, so again, procedural, and I mean, your case is different because it's 2 separate issues. It's apostasy and then also insulting Islam. So blaspheming Islam, insulting the Prophet, peace be upon him, that's a separate offense. So usually if it's just apostasy, then you have an opportunity to repent and come back to Islam. And there's like a 3-day window and you're given the opportunity to do that. And then it's there's no punishment beyond that.
That's just a trivial, though, right? I mean,
no, yeah. I'm not saying it. I'm just trying to be accurate in describing what it is, right? I'm not saying that. Oh, then it solves the moral problem that people have with it. So then, but with insulting and blaspheming, then that's just there's no like repentance. Like that has a higher, in a sense, severity to it, because there's not.
Do you think I should be sentenced to death for who I am in an ideal Islamic state, under an ideal Islamic government?
Yeah, I mean, that's a possibility. Did I not just describe exactly what the Islamic law prescribes in that situation?
I just want to make it clear. Like, I just want to bring the example, the life example right here. You believe that I should be...
Yeah, I said the same thing to Armin. I said the same thing to Armin. I said the same thing to all of the murtadeen, the apostates that I've spoken to.
Okay. I want to ask you one question before I want to go into all of these. I want to ask the question of consistency. I don't want to ask this to just to get you or anything, but this is something that is kind of an elephant in the room. People ask it before and during our conversation. They will ask it afterwards. It comes up to me. It's a necessary question. You believe that that an ideal government, an ideal state, an ideal nation should be led by these Islamic laws that are strictly applied, under which I am not allowed to speak, I should be put to death for my ideas, or homosexuals should be put to death, adulterers should be put to death, and all these things. Obviously, you don't agree that that liberalism is a good system, and you think that liberalism is a terrible, bad, immoral system. But I want to ask you, where do you live, Daniel?
I mean, I live in the U.S.
You live in the U.S. Why do you live in the U.S.? I mean, this is a question.
Can I just explain that this system of liberalism is imposed on the entire globe, and that there is no country in the world today that actually implements the Sharia in the fullest meaning and sense of it? I wish that I could go to a country and that's ruled by Sharia, that the West won't bomb and sanction and destroy. I wish I had that opportunity, but unfortunately I can't because of liberal supremacism.
But that just seems like a way out of this whole of the whole thought, because
No.
wouldn't it be more honest and more consistent with yourself, especially also to prove to others that you are trying to spread to your ideas too, that wouldn't it be much better for you to be consistent with your worldview, to move to a country, for example, that is, although it is not perfect,
Where? What country? What country should I move
that is
to?
ruled by Islam?
What country should I move to?
Any country.
Should I move to Saudi Arabia, where they are imprisoning scholars for saying anything in line with the Sharia? If I were in Saudi,
example, yes.
right? Why are they doing that? Saudi is doing that because of who? The West, right? Because of Israel, right? Because of America, right?
You glorified Brunei, for example. You wrote an article.
Yeah, look what happened to them.
Look what happened.
Look what happened to them.
What happened to them is that they couldn't enforce the death penalty for homosexuality.
So was there Sharia there? So what's the difference?
Of course, but what I'm saying is, isn't Brunei, logically, anyone can see this, isn't Brunei much closer to your ideal world than America?
Well, I mean, there's other issues as well, like with me personally, because I was born in the U.S. These countries aren't giving me citizenship. They won't give me citizenship in many cases. And unfortunately, because of the nation-state system, if you're not a citizen, you aren't born there, then you're a second-class citizen. Like, you want to talk about discrimination, and you want to talk about two-tier status in Islamic law, look at the modern nation-state and the two-tier status between citizens and non-citizens, and the different treatment on the basis of where you were born. How is that more rational than the kind of treatment within Islamic law on the basis of belief? Like the believer, the Muslim versus the non-Muslim. The non-Muslim within Islamic law always has the opportunity to become a Muslim, whereas someone who is not born within the U.S. and for some reason doesn't meet the requirements set by this state will never be a U.S. citizen. And the entire world is prevented from that. And all of these other countries follow the same kind of constitutional democracy, secularism, and so forth that has been imposed on the world. So I mean, there's that, and there's also personal. No. That's exactly the reason. I have also personal reasons because my family is here. My family, my parents are here. They're elderly. Like, I can't just leave them. So if you want the complete, honest answer, that's a big part of it. But if it weren't for, like, I mean, take it for what it's worth. But if it weren't for my parents being here, I would leave the United States. I would leave the United States.
But you have just given many reasons why you wouldn't go to those states.
Yeah, I would. It's so intolerable that I would. Unfortunately, like, the kind of things that are happening in the U.S. and the way that identity politics is being used and how LGBT is being shoved down everyone's throats. All schools will be enforced, have to teach this ideology. It is extremely oppressive for a Muslim. Like, you want to talk about oppression. In terms of ideology, if for someone like me, right, it is extremely oppressive to have a different kind of perspective and view. There's no tolerance for something that's truly contrary to the status quo within the West. It's very oppressive, and I would love to go to somewhere else in the world, but I can't because first of all, the citizenship problems. Second of all, the fact that the U.S. and the UN Security Council is going to sanction and bomb any country that actually does engage in that. The U.S. engages in extrajudicial dronings, assassinations. So someone like me, someone who is actually going to be advocating for Islam and going against the interests of the West, is going to face potential assassination. That's the level of control that the West imposes.
I want to interrupt you here. I lived in Turkey for 10 years. Mm-hmm. I lived in Germany for 15 years. I lived in Turkey for 10 years. I live in America now. When I compare all these countries to Turkey, when I lived in Turkey, I was completely uncomfortable living there. And I couldn't go on with my life. It just wasn't me. I thought, I cannot live in this country. This country doesn't align with my values. Because although you would describe Turkey as a country, as a nation that is not by any means Islamic at all, because it is completely under, it is ruled by the idea of secularism, because Turks themselves secularized Turkey, it is still, on a societal level, it is still very much dominated by Islamic sentiments, and there are still a lot of people within the country that want to impose the Islamic sentiments on other people within the country. I can assure you, I can assure you that there are many people in Turkey that share the exact same ideas that you share, that advocate for these systems. And if we go further from Turkey to other places, to other Middle Eastern nations or other Muslim nations, there are people who advocate for much more than that, who say much more than you say, and they live quite comfortably in countries like Egypt or Saudi Arabia or Qatar or even other countries.
What are you talking about?
You're saying,
you mentioned the exact countries.
You're saying there is no country. Let me speak, please. You're saying there is no country that you could possibly go to and be comfortable with. I mean, you know that there are several countries that you could, if you really wanted to, move to and live your life peacefully. You know that, right? I mean, you are aware that there are multiple Muslim nations that you could still move to instead of living in America, where you could live your life peacefully and where you would be eventually accepted as a citizen.
I mean, you're changing the goalpost, because at first you're saying go to a country that has Sharia, that has Islamic law, and I said, where does such a country? Now, if it's just comfortable, okay, what do you mean by comfortable? Is it comfortable to live in any of these countries?
I'm not saying comfortable in the sense of freedom. I'm saying comfortable in the sense of what is closer to your ideal world. Because when you look at many Muslim countries, they are definitely closer to your ideal Islamic system and Islamic world than America is. America is the opposite of that. If you really wanted to, there are many countries that you could really move to. You know that. I mean, we both know that.
I conceded that there are countries, like I'll concede that, because how can I argue that, let's say Qatar is not more welcoming to Islamic ideals than the US or Germany? I can concede that point. But the point that I was making is that, well, I personally have concerns. Like you're arguing in bad faith, essentially. You're saying that I don't really believe in my values. I'm just enjoying to live in America because I'm a secret hypocrite. But I'm telling you that that's not the case. Like, I have family here. I was born here. I have citizenship here. And if I didn't have my parents here, I would actually leave the U.S. and try to find somewhere possible. I mean, I won't be free from the clutches and the octopus tentacles of the Western hegemony and the liberal hegemony, unfortunately. But I mean, your point that there are places that, for now, are closer to the Islamic ideal, I can concede that.
Okay, but I want to come to one thing that you said, because I think it's very, very interesting. Of course, I'm arguing from a point where I think you are not being consistent with your views. There is no denying to that. But I really want to understand how you can justify that, how you can explain that. And to the point I want to come to is, for example, you said that America is of course terrible because there are so many things going on: identity politics, homosexuality is forced into your families or your education, and all that. And
we'll talk about all this. We'll talk about how terrible the modern world really is.
But how can you describe that as terrible when all that happens is that you go to a school where they teach that homosexuality is okay, whereas you are advocating for a system where if I lived in such a country, I would be sentenced to death simply because I don't believe in my religion anymore.
No, we're going to get into that. We're going to, because that's the whole meat of the conversation, right?
Okay. I'm
sure.
Making,
because the nature of the modern world is so oppressive, and the amount of harm that's caused by liberalism and the atomization of society, right? Atomization, that we are all individuals and we're governed by this Leviathan state that imposes laws on each of us in the nation-state model. This is extremely detrimental to human life and the quality of life. And this is really what I want to talk about, because Islamic law is something that is inculcating the opposite of this. And I want to make some...
You are not defining oppression by how we objectively would define oppression, as in forcing people to live a certain way, or you don't define oppression by that. You rather define oppression by the end values that are pushed. You would say that a system which says that homosexuality is normal is essentially more oppressive than a country which imposes the death penalty on apostasy.
Well, I have to justify that. I haven't gotten to that yet. Right? So,
but that's a crucial part of what you define as oppressive. But
no, I'll define what oppression means. Like, I'll define it.
Okay. You define oppression the Islamic way. I kind of get
No,
that
no.
right
I'm
now.
going to speak in a way. So that this is the whole thesis, right? I want to justify hudud in Islamic law and claim that they're, at minimum, they're rationally defensible in the sense that even a non-Muslim can agree in this wisdom, in the wisdom of Islamic law. A non-Muslim, right? So I have to give you reasons, right, that you as a non-Muslim can understand and agree with. I can make a compelling argument for hudud and Islamic law. That's the whole point of this discussion.
I know. I just want to put those things out there before we get into it. But we can now come to the logic of these laws, for example, of the death penalty for homosexuality, adultery, apostasy, blasphemy, etc. How do you think it is justified that we should? You think that Islamic law should be imposed on all the world and on all humanity? How do you justify that? Let's start with homosexuality, because that's the first thing that we talked about. That people who commit homosexual intercourse should be sentenced to death. What is your justification for that?
Okay, so let me build out the case.
Sure.
And then we'll go logically. I think if we just start with sexuality in general, like adultery, and then we'll get to homosexuality, and then apostasy. Okay, so the first distinction that we have to make is this distinction between bottom-up social order versus top-down social order. Bottom-up versus top-down. So in the modern world, we're living with top-down social order, the nation state. There are laws that are imposed and are enforced by a muscular surveillance state, technocratic, bureaucratic surveillance state. This is top-down. Everyone's accountable to the law that is imposed and enforced from the government, centralized government authority. That's top-down. The vast majority of human civilization has been bottom-up because, I mean, there wasn't the technology to surveil, there wasn't the technology to police and enforce in the past. So then how did you have social order in the past? How did most of the world organize itself? And what do I mean by social order? So social order means that you are able to live your life without constantly being worried about your neighbor killing you, or your people around you stealing from you and harming you. You can live in a relative peace and a relative security. This is social order, and you actually hope that your neighbors and society will help you and cooperate with you and work with you. This is social order. It's extremely important. So Thomas Hobbes, the Western philosopher, believed that the only way that you can have this kind of social order and this social cohesion is through the state. The state, from the top down, has to impose laws. If you don't have that Leviathan, if you don't have that governmental authority, then society will collapse. In fact, you'll have what he calls a state of nature, a war of all against all. People are constantly going to be fighting and killing each other, and life in that circumstance is nasty, brutish, and short. That's his famous quote, right? So social cohesion is, everyone agrees that it's very important. But the thing is that Thomas Hobbes was actually very incorrect, that there is another way to generate social order and social cohesion in an organic way that doesn't involve this mass imposition of this bureaucratic, surveillance, technocratic state. And this is something that has been studied in depth, interdisciplinary studies in anthropology, cognitive science, even behavioral studies, child studies, that show that humans naturally, we're naturally, instinctually social creatures, that we have many instincts that help us cooperate, work together, and there are different factors that instinctually allow us to form bonds, and live in a very harmonious and cohesive way, right? So this is bottom up, what I'm referring to. The vast majority of civilization has been bottom up on the basis of this kind of organic, instinctual social cohesion. Okay, so what are some of the factors that lead to social cohesion? Right. My claim is going to be that Islam strengthens all of these organic instincts that we have as human beings, whereas liberalism destroys them in order to impose and give more power and more control to the centralized state. So something that is very important for human beings instinctually that leads to order is kinship. Kinship, like your blood. You are more likely to cooperate with your relatives, your blood relatives. You're less likely to harm your blood relatives. So this is something that creates social order. Pair bonding, male and female. This is something that is instinctual. And even the sexual act with someone in a committed relationship has been shown biologically to increase this kind of social cohesion because of feelings of love, feelings of companionship. This is called pair bonding through a committed long-term relationship. Humans naturally feel this. Humans naturally, this generates through heterosexual behavior. Other factors like reciprocity, like you help me, I help you. This kind of sense of helping others, that leads to social cohesion and social order. Similarity, and this is a big one. It'll be relevant when we talk about apostasy. Similarity, that you and I, we share maybe a race. Okay? If we are the same race, two people who are the same race are more likely to treat each other altruistically than two people who are different races. Ethnicity, culture, types of dress, how you're dressed. You just, humans instinctually have more feelings of companionship and kindness towards those who dress similarly. And then religion, okay, those who have the same religion. So similarity, all of these things, these factors, kinship, reciprocity, similarity, and other factors, these are instinctual. First of all human beings have these instincts, and they organically create order and cohesion. So without the presence of a state that is regulating each atom of an individual at every single moment of time, as happens now with the modern nation states, you can still have a highly ordered society. In fact, not only more ordered, but human beings who are happier, who are more fulfilled. Why? Because this is their instinct. This is the instinct that they're living through and actualizing with happy, stable families. Right? Studies show, and Jonathan Haidt, the psychologist, he's a famous psychologist, has written many books, some of them bestsellers. He writes about this happiness hypothesis, that the number one determinant of what makes a person happy is their being a part of a stable, committed family. Right? This is significant. This is significant because this is something that Islam is advocating, whereas other ideologies, such as liberalism, will say something else. Like, no, your personal autonomy and your personal ability to choose, that is what will lead to happiness, to have the freedom to decide as what you want. The thing about family, like a stable family, it leads you to happiness, but it also imposes many duties on you and many responsibilities, and you have to sacrifice. And this is contrary to a kind of liberal mindset, and that's why many people who come from Muslim backgrounds, like children their parents are more traditional Muslim, their children are indoctrinated into liberalism, and they rebel and they leave their parents and their families because they're too controlling, or they're imposing. They want me to sacrifice. No, I just want to follow my dreams and I want to live my life. These are the kinds of sentiments and mindset. All right, I'll continue.
The thing is, you're basically describing what makes humans essentially happy, but the thing is, it is very lengthy, but it doesn't exactly support how we should support Islam due to that. I mean, I haven't got to it yet. These are very basic ideas that we can talk about forever.
I'm just building the case, right?
I would like to get to how, I mean, everybody knows that, for example, even if some people may disagree, it is known that in psychology, for example, we learn the same thing, that married couples are happier than single people, or that married couples are happier than divorced people, or stuff like this. And these are established facts. Or that people look for social interaction and social support. These are established facts. That we look for similarity, that we choose those who look like us. These are established facts. Funnily enough, these are also this is also information that people use to to explain evolution and the theory of evolution, for example.
I mean, fine. I mean,
so
you can...
it is very hard to come to Islam from this. It just seems like this is
but there's an objective. No, it's not inconclusive, because Islam prescribes a system of life that's perfectly in accordance with those kinds of instincts, and those, what you just said, is a proven fact, is a proven fact, is a proven fact. Is it more conducive to family? Okay, is it more conducive to family to have a society where extramarital affairs are sanctioned and are punished? Is that more conducive to family, or a society where, no, you can just do whatever you want with anyone you want at any time, you can have adulterous affairs? Which one's more conducive to family? A stable family?
How? The entire argument is from the beginning that people establish a society and establish rules in order to live peacefully, and in order to not to be murdered by others. This is a very basic instinctual
social cohesion, social order
that humans have. We just want to. This is actually a very great argument for utilitarianism in philosophy.
No, it's not.
That people establish rules because they want to live better, because they want to live in peace and want to have a fulfilling life, which is why they help each other and want and live together.
There's an empirical question. Like, you think that Islam is more family oriented and more concerned about the stable family as opposed to liberalism? I mean, that's very bizarre. I think it's a very hard argument for you to make.
I'm not arguing that at all. What I want to get to is that the idea of liberalism, as we said in the beginning, you have I believe you have studied philosophy, at least to some extent. But the idea of liberalism is that throughout history we have seen, especially in the times of the recent philosophers of the last centuries, we have seen that humans have tried to control society through very strict means, and have tried to impose the perfect way of life onto people, and have punished deviance such as sexual deviance, or
is it justified? That's the question.
They punished these acts and all kinds of deviance with very strict punishments. Liberal thought concluded that by punishing and by controlling society in such a strict way, we don't actually cause more peace. What we actually cause is over and over destruction of society and rebuilding of society.
No, we'll get to that, because that's a separate topic. Let's finish with the hudud, and then we'll talk about personal freedom, right? Because that was the...
You are saying that the right way to ensure that we can live peacefully without the fear of being killed by others, for example, and in order to fulfill our basic needs, is to establish a system where we force everybody to live by these standards. So
no, you're not forcing them. You're not forcing them. That's the thing. The people naturally have these instincts. You just said it yourself, and you said that it's an evolutionary basis, right? So evolutionary basis means it's instinctual. Like, I don't agree with evolution, but if that's the kind of explanation you want to have for it, fine. That helps my point.
No. To be honest, we have in psychology. I mean, I don't have any statistics to that right now, but you can all look it up. You can go and look it up later. It has been fairly established that humans are not necessarily bound to stay monogamous. For example, humans are not naturally entirely willing to stay in a monogamous relationship. It is completely
there are desire. Yeah, of course. There are tendencies that people have, like human beings can have destructive tendencies, and that's why you need to have regulations and ethics to control those and channel the human being to the best path that will potentially lead to the most happiness. But
what you are arguing is that people naturally want to live, for example, in a stable relationship, but that they also naturally have.
But that doesn't mean monogamy, by the way. Stable relationships don't mean monogamy.
Okay. In Islam, that's, for example, one wife and one husband and four wives, whatever. But we know, for example, that it is natural for a woman, meanwhile, to want to have sex with different people. So this is something that we have also established in psychology.
No, women are hypergamous, right? Women are hypergamous, right? They want to have one partner who is fully committed to them, but they want the best partner possible. So if they are with... Yes, this is hypergamy. Again, go to your psychology. Have you heard of the term hypergamy?
I am aware, but it is not true that women are naturally desiring to be loyal to this. It is true that both men
they're
and
loyal
women,
unless they see someone who's better. That's the thing. Like the woman, a hypergamous woman, right? So I concede this. Like hypergamy doesn't mean monogamy. It means like one committed relationship. If you're with the alpha, but if a bigger alpha comes, then the woman is going to be attracted to this other guy, right? And wants to be with him. So that's not exactly monogamy, but this is a kind of desire that comes about. But not all desires are conducive to long-term happiness. What does show, and this is what Jonathan Haidt in Righteous Minds, in I think chapter 4 or 5, he argues that the determinant of long-term happiness is stable families. And what is more conducive? It's an objective question. What system of life and what values are more conducive to long-term stable families versus not? If you have a system that allows constant fornication, constant cheating, that's less conducive to a stable family than Islam, that has punishments and social sanction in general. And strict separation between the genders that reduces the amount of intergender mixing that can lead to cheating. It can lead to dissatisfaction because women, as you said, they're hypergamous. So she's with her husband, but she's hanging out with friends and she notices, oh, there's a Chad. There's this great guy that's not my husband. I wish I was with him. This dissatisfaction is decreasing her overall happiness. Right? And Islam is blocking that. Islam is preventing that. And that's why many non-Muslims who are, part of this red-pilled understanding, they will make statements like Islam is right about women. Islam is right about these issues because of the traditional laws that are embedded within Islam. So let me get back to the argument.
That's a troll statement. That's not a true statement.
No, I understand it's a troll statement, but there is some sentiment behind that, why they're saying it. And so this stable families, given, look, I'm just presenting that there is a rational case. I can give rational justification. That's a non-Muslim. Fine, you don't want to say that it's correct, but you can say that, okay, this is at least reasonable. It actually makes sense. I can see that there's a step-by-step reasoning process there. So if families are, so let me finish. If stable families are this main determinant of long-term happiness for human beings, and then you have a religion that something like adultery is disastrous. It completely destroys the fabric of society, of Muslim society, because number one, your relationships won't be as strong between husband and wife. That has a lot of negative consequences for children. Children won't be raised in stable families. You have adultery, which creates children out of wedlock. And then that means that the father is not sure whether this child is really his or is it another man's. And so that kind of kinship bond is lost because adultery is so widespread within society, right? So when we look at the statistics within the West, what has single motherhood actually created statistically in terms of suffering? Children who are raised by single mothers are far more likely to do drugs, to fall into crime and all kinds of antisocial behavior. Those children are far more likely to drop out of school. They're far more likely to have mental health problems. They're far more likely. So many of these statistics, like look at these lone shooters, these mass shootings that happen at schools. Over 90% of mass shooters are being raised in single-parent households. So there's this massive cost. There's this massive social dysfunction that's created by single motherhood. And Islam is blocking very clearly the route. Yes, it is. Read Freakonomics. Read Freakonomics. Read Freakonomics.
You're arguing that people commit these crimes that we find unacceptable and shocking just because of.
No, I didn't say just because. I didn't say just. I say it's a big correlative factor.
No,
right?
You are arguing that society becomes unstable, and that society must become more stable, and in order to become more stable, we should apply these Islamic laws. For example, we should, if there is adultery or fornication going on, then crimes from offspring will increase, which is why we should prevent the original cause of that by restricting adultery and punishing it with death. That is your original argument.
No, the original argument is that social cohesion, cohesion, which prevents the state of nature that causes so much destruction, is based on things like kinship bonds. And the Islamic scholars, if you read the books of Islamic scholarship, they explicitly mention this. They say preservation of nasab, preservation of lineage. It is so valuable and important for a child to know who his father is, to be with his father and mother, and be raised in a stable family. That has so much impact on his life, right? No, let me make this point, because it's crucial. This is something that has.
We're not getting anywhere, because
no, we are getting. Look at the chat, man. We are getting somewhere. Okay, I'm giving you the justification that you asked for, right? There is so many negative consequences from single motherhood, from adultery, from fornication. It's a blight on society, and every civilization recognized this, by the way. It's only when liberalism came onto the picture within the 17th, 18th, and 19th century that these intuitions completely flew out the window. Family is so important, and when you have fornication and adultery, it rips the fabric of society and causes mass chaos, and that's what we're suffering from. The only reason that you're not really feeling the damage and the harm that's caused by adultery is because you have this atomized state that imposes and controls people, right? That's why there's order. If that went away, look at what's happening, right? Because of Black Lives Matter and these protests, the fabric of society.
I have to interrupt you. You are misrepresenting data. You are misrepresenting very clear data. We have to.
What did I misrepresent?
You are presenting it as if Western nations or nations that deviate from certain things that you consider essential to human happiness, that these,
not me, I cited studies.
That these fall into chaos, and that in these nations, in these countries, we have numerous examples of shockingly vile acts and chaos and whatnot. But when we look at the actual data, I mean, I could bring forth a map from about crime rates, for example. We see that number one, a very big misconception that people have is that killing and chaos and crime has risen over time. That is entirely untrue. Crime has declined consistently over the last decades, and you and I can both agree.
Decades? We're not talking about decades here. We're talking about centuries.
Centuries too.
The modern period has been around for 300 years.
When we look at the world, we see that those nations that you would describe as very perverted and as very deviant and unhealthy have extremely low crime rates. Japan is a country that does not at all agree with your definition of morality.
Japan is a modern nation state. The lack of crime. Okay, if you want to say that there's lack of crime, I dispute that. I don't know what basis you have.
Europe. Look at Germany. Look at Sweden. These are cultures that are as liberal as you could possibly get in our time. I lived in Germany myself. People don't care about religion. People don't care about tradition. People just want to be individualists. They want to live their lives. They want to go on. People are in all kinds of relationships. Everything is free. People are living their lives. Iceland.
Look, crime is not the only thing, right? That's not the only factor I mentioned.
These countries have extremely low crime rates. In fact, and this is something that
what's their suicide rate?
Well,
what's their mental health state?
I want to get to this. In Germany, for example, or in Sweden, or in Iceland, or in similar cultures that are so much liberal to their core, people are very much in peace. These are the countries with the highest quality of life, the highest freedom.
How do they get that highest quality of life?
The lowest crime rates. And what we see here, in fact, is, I don't want to point this out because I don't want to get there, but we have to make this comparison. We have a flood, a wave of immigration within the last decades from Muslim countries. What we are seeing in these cultures now is that people who are descendants or who are children of immigrant families who come from Muslim culture and from Muslim families and Muslim cultures that are very much religious, much closer to the Islamic sense of morality than the Western sense of morality, happen to be also the ones who are disproportionately representative in homicides, in crimes, in other crimes, in burglary, in rape, in gang rape. These are things that suddenly come to the surface and are becoming problems with the high flow of immigration.
Do you want a reason why?
Into Western free society.
Do you want
I know exactly why, because I lived in a Muslim culture, unlike you.
Here, let me give you a reason why. I've been to the Muslim world, by the way.
Let me go on with this. I let you speak forever. Let me go on with this.
Okay, fine.
I even have to speak loudly. I don't want to speak loudly. I have to speak loudly because I'm afraid you're going to
Sorry, go ahead. I'll respond to your points.
I lived in Muslim countries. I lived in Muslim cultures. We all know what Muslim cultures look like. And you can say that I'm just making an assertion without proving it. I will not be able to prove it, maybe. I don't know. But people who are familiar with Muslim culture know exactly that in Muslim culture, men, are extremely intolerant when it comes to tolerating very basic sexual needs. For example, in a society like Germany, we treat men and women in a completely normal context. We are friends. We hang out. We have equal rights. No one even talks about rights because we are just equal people, and we go and live life together. We are colleagues. We work together. We give each other a hand and all that. Whereas in a society like in Muslim societies, for example, or in societies or in people that come from these societies into these Western nations, we see that younger people who have been indoctrinated from the very beginning with the idea that they should not look at a woman, that a woman is unlookable, that you should not communicate with women. These people become extremely impatient, extremely aggressive, extremely dangerous when it comes to sexuality. These people resort to things like talking about sex with animals, for example, which is a commonly known, very common talk in Muslim culture, where you can talk about having sex with a donkey, or having sex with a camel, or having sex with a cow, for example. People become extremely intolerant to seeing the female skin, for example, where in Germany or even in countries like Serbia, which are far from Western liberalism, you see that men and women walk among each other and tolerate each other and look at each other and shake hands and are fine, and the crime rates are low. But then a younger person, a younger male, or even an older male from a Muslim society comes, and although they believe that their ideal system, their ideal society consists of a marriage between a man and women, or a man and four women, and that they should, before that, not look at a woman and not communicate with women, you see that those people have extreme hardship in tolerating the sight of a woman, that they resort to harassment, to rape, to gang rape, and similar stuff. That porn usage, porn consumption is extremely problematic in these countries once they get access to it, and once they can just look at it. I mean, it is illegal in these countries, it is controlled in these countries, but nevertheless you see that there is an extremely high usage of VPNs, of means to get around those bans and to just consume as much porn as possible. I come from a Muslim culture, and I have to even argue and admit at this point that I am definitely much more intolerant to the desire to look at women and to view them sexually than my Western counterpart is, for example. A white Western person who grew up as a non-Muslim, who grew up with the idea that it is completely normal to shake hands and to look at each other, to talk to each other, to be friends together, is much more okay with tolerating women and with treating them well than I am. When I see a woman, I get this almost natural thing, which is not natural, but which comes from my environment, because I grew up as a Muslim with the Muslim ideal, that when I see a woman, I think of sex, whereas a Western person who sees a woman thinks of a woman and of a normal person, which is why intersexual relationships are going very peacefully and very nicely and much more successfully, much more based on freedom in the West. You just cannot have that in Islamic culture, because Islamic culture, the Islamic system, destroys people's senses of what is right and what is wrong. But you are justifying that. You are saying we need this. You are saying we need to suppress adultery and fornication and all these little deviances by very brutal force, because that's what we need for more peace. But what you're arguing for is that in order to have more peace, we need to crack down on any freedom in society and punish it in the most brutal way, so that people are afraid to do these things. And what happens when they are afraid to do these things? They go out into Western culture and they are completely obsessed with all the things that Islamic culture forbids them to do. And you find them online on forums asking for help because they cannot control their desires, asking sheikhs for help, asking you for help, being on Islam Reddit and wondering why they can just not stop masturbating, and why they want to jump on every woman. It just doesn't work. This is not natural. There is no way to justify this. There is no way to argue that this is what peace is and this is how you provide peace, and then to argue that you should crack down on people's basic desires. This doesn't work. It has never worked, which is why Islamic societies are failing, cracking. It doesn't work. I don't understand how you are getting there, how you can justify this.
Got it all out?
Go ahead.
Okay. So I think that a lot of what you're saying is based on a very extreme right-wing narrative of immigrants as rapists. Let me finish. Let me finish. Okay, I let you speak your mind. Okay, I think that a lot of what you're saying is based on an extreme right-wing anti-immigrant narrative. And I think I can dispute pretty much all of these kinds of statistics that you're alluding to without actually citing. But I'll just make it easier for you. I'll make it very easy. I'll concede. Okay, you're right. Some of these immigrants, they are engaging in crime more. They are engaging in sexual assault more than the native population. Disproportionately. I'll concede. Let me just concede that, even though I question the factual basis of that. But just for the sake of argument, I'll concede all of those things. It has a very clear explanation, right? Because these people are coming from traditional societies with bottom-up order, social cohesion based on family values, traditional values. And they're coming to countries that don't have those structures. They're coming to societies that are atomized as individuals separated from their families, separated from extended families, right? And of course that's going to lead to chaos. Of course, this is like going fish out of water, right? Because the system, the only way that the West is able to maintain order without these traditional structures is through conditioning, okay? Psychologically conditioning from a young age children to act in accordance with the dictates of the nation state through a massive educational structure and conditioning through media, through the status quo, constantly. That's the only reason there's order in the West. Is because of this top-down system. Think about it, right? A child born in the West, from the minute that he steps into the world, he's being controlled by an institution, because children are born in a hospital system that has regulations, hospital system that will immediately grab the child, weigh it, measure it, inject it, right? The child is maybe a couple of months with the mother. Then she has to go back to work, right? She's a strong, independent woman. She goes back to the workplace. That baby has to go to another institution, daycare. It's not even a year old and is already being institutionalized until preschool and then kindergarten and then primary school, high school. All institutions, 40 hours a week, right? With strangers, individuals that have no relation to him, no blood relation, not family, not father and mother, in those kinds of institutions. Then he goes to college, then he gets a job, then he lives and works in this corporate system, sucking out his life from him, right? Going 40 hours, 50 hours a week to work. And then coming home, he doesn't have a real marriage because, look, you have Tinder. Why even bother with commitment? Why bother with a marriage? Just sit in front of your laptop or the computer or TV, watch Netflix, watch Game of Thrones, then order on Uber Eats, order your food. And that's the modern existence, living in your little apartment, working and paying rent, day after day after day after day. This is the modern existence. Then you get to a certain age. Your kids, if you have maybe 1.2 children, as is the average fertility rate in the Western world, maybe they care about you, maybe not. You practically don't know them. How could you when they're in their institution and you're in your own corporate world? Then you get to a certain age of becoming elderly. You have to be put in a home and you're sitting and rotting away trying to live the rest of your days, again, in front of the TV. And then you die. And if you die in your own apartment, no one will even know that you're dead. Because your kids aren't visiting you. You don't have a wife. You've been divorced for 30 years. And you are, I mean, this is so common. Individuals, elderly, dying by themselves in their apartment, that there are entire industries for cleaning it out, because the only way that anyone knows that you're dead is the stench of your corpse wafts into the apartment building, and your neighbors notice the stench and they call these cleaning companies to come in and clean up your decaying corpse because you've been there for 3 months. Let me finish. You painted your picture of immigrant rapists. Let me paint a picture for you. Okay? This is modern life. This is the atomized existence in the nation state. Okay? This is what liberalism wants for people. This is what liberalism is trying to impose on the entire globe. Okay? And they're being successful because of people like you. But people like you who are propagandists against Islam, advocating this kind of liberal freedom. Oh, you're so free. You can sit in front of Netflix and order Uber Eats. So much freedom. Just pursue your dreams. Right? Your college loans, you have $100,000 in, no, let me finish. You have $100,000 in college loans that you have to pay off. So you have to work some soulless job so you can make enough money because you're so far in debt. You can't depend on a stable, loving relationship because all of society is pounding into your head that you have sexual freedom. You need to be active, sexually active. And you're consuming all of this media that glorifies fornication and adultery. You have a system that's telling women that, oh, you shouldn't be tied down by a man. You're independent. You're an independent woman. Okay? You need to spread your wings, right? Yeah, this is a dystopia, man. This is a dystopia. This is worse. George Orwell couldn't have imagined the kind of dystopia that we're living in. Okay, that's how crazy it is. That's been normalized. It's all part of the liberal, atomized nation-state plan. Islam is the alternative to this. Islam is the alternative to this. And when you mentioned, you mentioned some point. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Crime is not the only stat, right?
Nobody in the world, when we think of the average Western person, nobody in the world thinks that knows or thinks that in the West you just get old and then you die forgotten in a building. And
of course they don't think that, because you're in a system that is telling you that no, this is beautiful and normal. But that's the reality. I describe the reality, not people's perception.
Excuse me, this is not a reality. This is a very extreme case. Nobody thinks that because that's not something that exists.
We'll let the audience decide. We'll let the viewers decide.
Whereas everybody, Muslims and non-Muslims, knows that that in Muslim masculinity, that among Muslim men, that Muslim men have a very big issue with sexuality. No. Everybody knows this.
How could that be possible? Like, how could that be possible? Right? They're just rapists. Muslims are just rapists. That's your argument?
No, it is not. That's not what I said. I clearly explained that the system, that the idea of Islam imposing sexuality in such a way on you that it is so restrictive and so ridiculously restrictive, as I said, causes people. I talk about myself. I'm not saying I'm a rapist, but I'm saying I am definitely much more sensitive to sex and to sexual differences, to women, to the skin of a woman, than a Western person is. And that is because I was conditioned by Islam. This is a very natural consequence of Islam, and everybody knows.
What's wrong with that? You have healthy sexuality. You're sensitive to the beauty of a woman. How about some of these modern Western porn addicted boys in Britain? Like, it's a public health crisis where they can't even get off through sexual relations anymore because porn has restructured their minds and their pleasure centers. They rather sit in front of a computer and masturbate, these Westerners, than actually have relations with a woman, because a woman doesn't actually arouse them anymore. A physical woman.
False equivalency.
You're describing Muslim sexuality. Let's describe Western sexuality. No. Okay, why not?
Because that's a false equivalency. This is very basic logic. That's a complete false equivalency. This is very basic.
I'm not equating them.
I'm comparing an essential system in Islamic society, how Islam is imposed by a fundamental rule of how sexuality is viewed onto young people in Islam, and what that leads to. You are comparing a tool like porn in Western society that certain people in Western society have developed, that some people misuse. You are comparing these two things. Porn is not a fundamental value, a fundamental teaching of liberalism or of Western society. It is simply a product of it, such as so many other products
of the consumerist.
That's a false equivalency.
No, it's not. I mean, the whole argument.
How is it not? It's a complete false equivalency. That's very easy to see.
No, I wasn't trying to equate them. I'm saying that this is not a rosy picture of Western freedom and liberalism that you're portraying is not so rosy as you want to depict it, right? No, you give people the choice, right? You give people. Okay, so the entire Western world is pumping that in. It's a $60 billion industry. And by the way, porn doesn't mean the internet, right? Pornography in terms of sexualizing women and objectifying women is through all media, okay? The pornification of media, right? By Muslim standards, why should we just take Western standards for what is indecent exposure? Okay, and let me finish my point, because this is interesting. Is it the case?
Islamic points now.
Wait, what?
I could do the same about basically every Islamic concept. You cannot judge. You cannot say porn is not just porn. It's the media and this and that. By saying, well, from an Islamic perspective, it is that. That's a complete misidentification of what porn actually is. Porn is a product of society, of the capitalist society, of liberal capitalist society, which.
I was just making the point that this phenomenon of indecent exposure or showing skin, objectification of women exists outside of just what's technically categorized as pornography. Okay, Game of Thrones, is that pornography?
You would argue that it has pornographic aspects, but it is not pornography.
Okay, fine. You want to say pornographic aspects. A lot of Western society has pornographic aspects. So let's just
make a point. In Islamic society, it happens very often that women are killed by their husbands. Although you would argue that is. I would also argue that is not Islamic. That is not fundamentally Islamic. It is in Islam. It is not allowed for a man to simply kill his wife out of
but showing skin is part of personal freedom, is it not? Isn't that the image, the burqa'd Muslim woman versus the Westerner in a bikini?
No, what we are arguing.
That's the symbol. That's the symbol of Western freedom and equality and liberty.
Of course, but you cannot argue that just because freedom means you can show your skin, porn is an essential part of liberalism. You can the same way you can also not argue. It wouldn't make sense to many early liberals. It wouldn't make sense to me as a liberal. It doesn't make sense. That is simply not true, because liberalism is. Porn, I would argue, doesn't even abide by a very basic foundational value that we have in liberalism, which is that we are equal and that we should pursue equality for happiness, because porn often violates that.
Well, let's talk about the ability to show.
Killing your wife is forbidden, but killing your wife is something that happens very often in Islamic society, and you know that very well. So you're making a false equivalency here.
Well, okay, let's just move on. I disagree with that, but the point that
fine.
What I'm pointing to is not like the extreme cases. I'm pointing to the exact point that you're bringing up. The freedom to show your body and to engage in sexual behavior just with people that you want by choice, right? That's what I'm pointing to as being problematic. And you're saying that your argument is that repressing that, quote unquote, is what is going to lead to violence, rape, unhealthy attitudes towards sex. That's your argument, right?
I would argue that both of these things are wrong.
Right, but this is not something that is actually found within psychology. This is not something that the empirical studies prove. You're giving like a 50-year-old, 60-year-old argument from feminists, basically, that that comes like, oh, the Victorian era of repression, sexual repression, we have to have a sexual revolution, and sexuality has to be freely practiced. And this is like a cultural idea. It's not empirically based, that if you are just, if you don't show your body and you don't constantly engage in your sexual desires whenever you have them, then you're going to be unhealthy or lash out violently. No, I don't agree with that. That's not based in actual empirical science. Empirical science shows that for a healthy relationship between a man and a woman, the woman, okay, for her to be mixing with other men, engaging, flirting with other men, that destroys the relationship, because the man feels jealousy and he feels anger, even though he won't express it. In Western men, these cuckolded men, they repress actually when they see their wives or their daughters or their girlfriends are canoodling and flirting with other men. It actually destroys the relationship. It creates this unstable type of relationship between men and women. So that this is actually decreasing human happiness. When you look at Islam is not anti-sex. Okay? Islam is not anti-sex at all. And Islam encourages marriage, encourages that sex happens, but in a committed relationship. Why? Because that commitment is conducive to that pair bonding. Okay, that those feelings of love and commitment that both men and women enjoy and benefit from. Any children that are born have the the right to know both father and mother, to live with both father and mother, have access to both father and mother. This is a huge human right. You want to talk about human rights that Islam grants to children, and that's completely destroyed by promiscuity and sexual liberation. Right? Single motherhood is a product. Single motherhood is a product of the sexual revolution that is leading to all of these societal problems. So if you want to look at the scientific and empirical basis for why stable families are lead to more happiness for the individual, you can look at Jonathan Haidt. You can read books like Freakonomics, which lists all of these stats. It's not just crime, by the way, mental health, educational levels, other kinds of metrics determining sociability. All of those are negatively impacted when you're born and raised without both mother and father, and not knowing who your father is, or not having that regular access to your father. So Islam protects all of those rights. Islam protects all of those interests. And this goes back to the point of the importance of criminalizing adultery, criminalizing fornication, and having very high penalties for those who violate it. This is the fabric of society.
Okay, let me say a few things. It is very ironic that we're talking about science and psychology if we are arguing for the Islamic family system, because as we know, in the Islamic system of a family, a man is completely allowed, without the permission of his wife, to marry up to 4 women, and also to take concubines in the if it is through the state of war, for example. The thing is, what we learn about basic psychology and about basic science is that both men and women don't like to share their partner. This is a very well established fact that is very much known in psychology. This is in fact something that you learn. This is something that you learn in the introduction to psychology, when you learn about sex and sexuality. You learn that a woman will always strive to have her own man, and will want to own this own man, even more so than a man wants to have her own woman. A woman has even stronger feelings for having her own man than a man has. A man can just go around and can have sex with this one and that one and this one, and can completely ignore the feelings of the one woman. This works much more with the nature of a man than it works with the nature of a woman. A woman would like to own her partner, Whereas Islam provides a society where, ironically, a man can have 4 wives, and in which the 4th wife, or the 3rd wife, or the 2nd wife will be in a constant competition with the other wives for her own happiness. So it is ironic that if we are looking for happiness in a society, that you would suggest an Islamic society where a woman will never be essentially happy if she is in a marriage that is permissible within Islam.
No, like the stable families don't, or polygyny with a man and multiple women, that doesn't contradict a stable family structure. And that's why it was practiced far beyond just Muslims. Many societies had the polygamy. Polygamy became something that was taboo because of Western Christianity and the Catholic Church that decided just out of the blue within medieval times that now we're going to prohibit polygamy. Prior to that, within Europe even, polygamy has been practiced. And this is something that is, you want to talk about science and empiricism, it's because of the difference in reproduction between men and women. A man can impregnate multiple women, whereas a woman can, when she's impregnated by one man, she has to be pregnant for 9 months. And so there's a much higher reproductive toll on a woman. And so the woman actually is very interested in making sure to find a spouse to impregnate her, or we're talking about biologically, instinctually. She wants to mate with the best male that she can find. Right? This is hypergamy. This is exactly what we were referring to earlier. So this difference between men and women and the instincts for that is something that Islam acknowledges and institutionalizes. The women actually.
The point we're talking about. The point is that a woman naturally. We argued that we must maximize the benefit of society. Based on what
you mentioned maximizing individual benefit. Her individual wants. That's not what we're talking about. This is your liberal individualist thinking. The system is maximizing the stable family. You want to have the most families and the most children, right? That's what is the basis of society. And it will contradict at different times an individual's own wants and desires. Yeah, Islam is not individualist.
How is it justified? You cannot possibly logically justify that, in order to maximize the benefit of society, it is ideal to have multiple wives for a man.
I said that. Look, follow the argument. Stable families, the biggest determinant of human happiness is a stable family. Okay, and what actually benefits a society as a whole is having the most number of these stable families, as opposed to broken families or single parent families. So you want to maximize the number of families. You want to maximize, also, I mean, there's a demographic component, because if you want to talk evolutionarily, or if you want to just talk about human history, most of human history, you didn't have weapons of mass destruction. So war was on the basis of numbers. One army fighting the other, and the best chance of you winning the war, the biggest determinant of you being successful in a battle, is the numbers that you have. So high birth rate is actually tied to survival and preservation of your society and your civilization. So having more, because you're preventing your own extermination. Polygamy helps you have one man and multiple women that are able to produce more children, and the size of your society will increase, and that protects you from invasion. It protects you from being dominated. And this can be explained on a religious basis. If you prefer evolution, you want to talk about science and evolution, feel free to explain why evolutionarily polygamy and this polygamous sentiment would evolve within the human mind. It's because it's, according to evolutionary biologists, it's adaptive. It's adaptive behavior, meaning it helps the species more when individuals engage in that kind of behavior. So, but don't think about individually, right? Society as a whole, it does. Society as a whole benefits by maximizing stable families. You have more stable families in a polygamous relationship than individuals.
First off, it doesn't. But how do you sacrifice the happiness of basically every woman out there? Because we have established that a woman that a woman wouldn't like to share a husband with other women. This goes against the very nature of what a woman wants. A woman doesn't want this, which is why even in Islamic societies, women
Islamic law also imposes Islamic.
How can you sacrifice the happiness of an entire gender, of an entire sex, in order to establish more stability in society?
It's not sacrificing.
You could in the same way argue that you could just allow people to have sex with whomever they want, and thereby build a bigger society, and have unity through that. There is absolutely. You have to sacrifice either one, and you are sacrificing the woman's happiness in this case in order to make your point that would somehow create more families or more stable families, which is not even true. There is absolutely no reason and no basis, no evidence to argue that if you have 4 wives, that will somehow increase the population so greatly and stabilize society. That's not true. We haven't historically established that. That's not true.
No, it is true. Polygamous societies, just think of it logically, man. Think of it logically. Because if you have a purely monogamous society, okay, because you have only a certain number of women, right? So you have 10 women in your society. You have 10 women in society, and you have 10 men in society, right? Yeah. Women are hypergamous, right? So they want to bond with the one who is higher, the male who is stronger than her, have more money, and so forth. So those 10 women, they're not going to be satisfied with mating with someone who's exactly at their same level. Let's rank the men and women. Let's rank all the men from 1 to 10 in terms of their attractiveness to women, okay? And do the same for both genders, right? So you have the 10. If they marry each other, the women are not going to be as satisfied because they're marrying someone who is equal to them in status. Well, let me finish.
That is untrue. That is completely untrue.
We're thinking of it logically.
Listen,
man, you keep interrupting my argument. I can't make an argument because you keep interrupting it.
You're saying the same thing, but go ahead.
No, I'm not saying the same thing. You have those individuals that are marrying at their same level. The women will have a lower level of satisfaction than women who can marry and pair with someone who is higher than them, right? Someone who is, and some women are willing, like for example, you have Kobe Bryant or LeBron James or some movie star, okay? There are many women who would like to sacrifice. They're fine being a co-wife if I get to marry LeBron James, right? This is something that you find. This is what hypergamy means. And you want to talk about human happiness. You're saying that women are unsatisfied. First of all, not every female in a polygamous society is a co-wife. Most are going to be monogamous. There will just be some high-value males who will have more wives because those women voluntarily decide to go and marry LeBron James, the LeBron James of the society, or Donald Trump, let's say. Okay? The thing is that those wives, listen, those wives may sacrifice some of their desire to be exclusive, sure, but men also have to sacrifice in Islamic law because they have to pay a dowry, like a bride gift. They have to pay, and sometimes that can be very exorbitant. They have to pay money. They have to provide maintenance for their spouses. They have all of these costs to upkeep one wife or multiple wives. Doesn't that take away from their happiness, that they have to spend resources? Doesn't Islam oppress men because of this? I mean, this is a silly argument that you're making. And
it's easy for you as a man to say this, but if I
look at the women who want polygamy.
If I put all the women here, if I ask women here, if I make a survey, we know this because it has been established. If I make a survey,
cultural. Like you have
ask all the women. No, it's not cultural. It's natural. Women want to have.
And men don't want to spend their money on women. That's also natural. So maybe we should not have that either.
No. We're not arguing that, but you are arguing that this is an ideal society with 1 man and 4 women. That this is okay. This is ideal. Although
I gave you a reason for it because it produces more stable families.
It doesn't. You have the same number of men and women. You have the same number of. If there is polygamy, if there is polygyny dominant in the society, you will have more men that cannot find women. We don't have this. This is a huge.
First of all, in most societies,
we don't have much more women than men.
In most societies, look, when a woman is in most societies, women actually outnumber men. Okay?
No, not very much. Maybe like 1 to what?
Yeah. So
not very much. Not even double. You cannot even argue that
it's not double, but that difference is significant, and that's the same percentage that can benefit from polygamy. I mean, this is like we're quibbling over a point. Like the basic point that I'm making, you want to dispute it, fine, but I think it's clear to the audience that you can have more children through polygamous behavior. Because there are many women in society that they are not high value females. They're not high value companions, and they would love to be a second wife or a third wife or a fourth wife to high value males. And that actually benefits. I mean, go back to evolution, right? That's the science that you want to accept. So explain why polygamy is something that's hardwired in the human mind if it's not adaptive.
It is not. Polygamy is not hardwired.
It is. It is. No, look at chimpanzees. Look at chimpanzees. Look at any of the great apes. They're all polygamous.
Promiscuity, as polygamy is not.
They're all polygamous. No, they're not promiscuous because the alpha male does not allow the betas to mate with his mates. They're not promiscuous.
Look at the bonobos. They look at the bonobos, for example. Bonobos
chimpanzees. Explain chimpanzees. Explain chimpanzees. They're the closest, according to you, right? They're evolutionarily the closest to human beings. Why are they polygamous?
Bonobos are also very close. We can pick and choose as we want. I don't want to make the point. If you look at bonobos,
they're also polygamous.
No, they're not. They have sex however they want. They have completely free liberal sexual behavior. Bonobos are known for that. You can pick chimpanzees. I can pick bonobos to make the point. But
but evolutionarily, are we closer to chimpanzees or bonobos?
I believe we're closer to chimpanzees, but
okay,
we're
also
very close to bonobos. So that's not really, the point. It doesn't really support the argument here.
It does.
It does not. It does not.
Humans are polygamous. Look at the societies throughout history. You think that polygamy was just imposed from religion? We can go on
this forever, but I want
look at Chinese society. Look at Hindu society. Look at South American society. Many of these societies were polygamous universally.
Would like to share a man with more women. That's for you easy to say as a man. Most women don't agree with that. This is simply not established. You would give examples of extreme cases like a woman would want to rather live with a celebrity and share him with numerous other women than live alone with some random man. That's also that's an extreme example. It is simply untrue. A woman would not eventually be happier living with a celebrity just because he's a celebrity and she has to share him with 3 other women.
Many women would like that.
The thing is also, this is an example of...
Haven't you heard of groupies? Do you know what a groupie is?
I as a man, for example, of course I know, but that's not a...
Why are there groupies if they don't like... The groupies.
That's deviance. I would also
deviance! Oh, wow! You believe in deviance,
I would also like to go around and do all kinds of things with other women.
So there is something such as sexual deviance. Oh, the deviant West, where there's so many groupies.
Daniel, let me speak, please. You are arguing that some women would like to be with celebrities, and you are using that as a supporting argument for polygamy. But that is simply deviance. When women want to go and be groupies to celebrity men, that is a deviant behavior. I would also maybe...
Should we restrict it?
Like to go around my...
Should we impose laws to restrict no more groupies?
I would like to say, I would also, no, I don't believe we should forbid evil and enjoying goodness. That's not what I'm saying. But I would also argue that I, as a man, maybe want to go around my wife and have sex with as many people as I want. But you certainly would argue that that is deviance, that should be cracked down on and should be forbidden. So
no, I didn't use the word deviance. You did.
You're using deviance in one point to argue for your point, when yet you're otherwise saying that deviance should be punished. When I am sexually deviant as a man and have unmarried sex with other women because I like to do that, you somehow think that should be punishable and I should be killed for that because that's adultery. Whereas you argue that a woman would like to be a groupie or to have sex with James LeBron, which should be used as a supporting argument that a woman should be married to high-class men and should have 3 more wives with him. That is a complete inconsistency. That is simply not true.
You don't agree with that?
Historically, we cannot argue that in an average society there are many more women than men. If you look at statistics, even right now, you will find that the number of women is a little bit higher than the number of men. If every man in society strived to have 4 women, there would be numerous men in society who would feel lonely because they cannot find a wife, because there are not enough women around. And that has been the same.
There are other benefits.
That is simply it's undeniable. Look at the numbers. I don't want to pull up numbers.
I mean, there are other benefits. Like, you're thinking of it in a very single track way.
No, you're saying we need to.
For example, men competing. Okay, one of the benefits, one of the incentives of reaching the top of society, competing, improving yourself. Improving your mind, your skills, is because you want to reach a level of wealth where more women will be attracted to you. That's a male instinct that you have.
With men who have no wives, and with women who don't want to.
Yeah, so that's part of the competition. That's part of the competition that all of society benefits from. Again, you're thinking of it in an atomized, individualistic way. I thought you were utilitarian. Don't you want to maximize benefit for the most number of people? One individual can suffer, but all of society will benefit.
We should establish a system where we look out for the greater benefit of society, and we argue and we find what is best for us.
That's the argument that I'm making.
Which is why I don't want to argue for a society where women are second-class citizens that are subordinate to a man and have to suck all 4 together on one man, whereas where many other men in society have to compete and cannot find a man.
I mean, we're not gonna agree on this point.
You end up with a society where many men cannot find a woman and just look up to other men and are therefore unhappy and unproductive, and you end up with a lot of women that are subject to a man and are therefore unhappy. That is the system that you are advocating for. I am indeed a utilitarian, and I know that that is not good. I know that a system is much better where people are free. Let's use the example.
No, you're just declaring that and asserting that. Right?
If you want to move on and go to the system of apostasy, for example, you see that people care about their freedoms because if you force people, if we want to talk about psychology, about basic psychology, in psychology we learn that positive punishment, negative punishment, positive reinforcement, negative reinforcement. You learn a very basic thing in psychology, which is that positive punishment and harsh punishment, meaning if people do something bad or if people do something undesirable, and you apply positive punishment, meaning you hit them or you beat them or you give them something that they must do, it doesn't work effectively and efficiently. It is not the right way to punish to correct behavior, which is why we have measures of corrective behavior nowadays, which are developing toward a direction where rehabilitation is more pushed than punishment, because punishment doesn't work. Punishment doesn't eradicate wrong behavior, undesirable behavior.
So you think locking someone up is not a punishment?
It is a punishment. Of course, it is a punishment. It is a necessary evil in our time, for example. Maybe in the future we will find
necessary evil. Like, what's more evil? What's more of a punishment? To lock someone up for 10 years or to lash them for 10 seconds? Which one is more of a cost?
Lock someone up for 10 years. Of course, I argue with that.
Then you'd say lashing is less punitive.
This is a straw man. I have never argued that people should be locked up for 10 years or that people should be locked up forever.
So you think that we should abolish jails?
No. I think it is not a solution. It is terrible. I think it is something that we have had because we found it useful. Maybe at the current moment it is useful. Maybe we need to make social progress and find better ways to correct behavior. Maybe that is what we're doing. But this is why I am utilitarian.
Drugs?
And you are not.
Because no, how? Explain. How can you correct behavior if you're not going to put them in prison? It's a necessary. I agree that lashing is also a necessary evil. In the ideal Islamic state, we wouldn't have to lash anyone. We wouldn't lash anyone because people wouldn't be fornicating. And I mean, this is.
What should someone do who is caught fornicating?
I already explained the punishment.
What should be done to someone who is fornicating?
It's procedural, high bar of evidence, fornication, 100 lashes. 100 lashes.
100 lashes. Someone who fornicates should receive 100 lashes. Plain, simple.
Yeah.
And you are saying that is somehow useful, but that's a necessary evil. Whereas
yeah, because it deters fornication. It deters destructive behavior. It deters the kind of promiscuous behavior that leads to the destruction of society, as I explained step by step. You're just saying no, like then
no,
actually provide counterpoints, provide an argument. Just don't shake your head.
We talked about science. I'm talking about psychology. If we want to talk about what actually
you're talking about operant conditioning and Skinnerism, right? Skinner has this theory, right?
What I'm saying.
But you said that punishment through jails is a necessary evil. Okay, if you want to talk, look at Peter Moskos in defense of flogging. Peter Moskos in defense of flogging, and he argues that flogging and corporal punishment, which was practiced in the West as well, within the Western historical tradition, is much more humane in terms of punishment than locking someone up.
It is unanimous that physical punishment is of absolutely no use.
Peter Moskos disagrees with you. Non-Muslim Peter Moskos has an entire book in defense of flogging.
No, it is.
He didn't write that.
Go look at that. This is basic psychology: positive punishment, negative punishment.
You said that jailing is a punishment. We both agree that punishments have to exist. They're a necessary evil, right?
I don't think so.
Then where are we going to put the rapists?
Corrective behavior.
All those Muslim immigrant rapists. Where are you going to put them?
Corrective behavior.
Where? They don't want corrective behavior. They don't want corrective behavior. Like a jail, they're locked up.
I don't think that a Muslim who is caught raping somebody in the West, in Germany or in America, should be put onto a board or whatever it is and lashed 100 times. That is absolutely horrible. That is absolutely completely.
You prefer lenience for rapists.
Bigger than the crime that has been committed. That is inhuman. It does not correct the behavior. The rapist will come out and he will not think, oh yeah, I should learn from this punishment. I should not do this again. We know psychologically seen that what happens
Go ahead. Sorry.
Daniel, this is the main argument against Islamic society and Islamic laws. What happens if you punish someone harshly with physical punishment? If you punish somebody by flogging them, go out, look at this, look up the psychology. What happens if you punish
look up the psychology is not an argument.
What happens if you punish somebody physically is that this person doesn't think, oh, I should correct my behavior. What this person thinks is that, oh, I shouldn't do this behavior and be caught. I should do it when I have access to this behavior.
You can make the same argument for any punishment.
I know, but the harsher punishment,
then it's not an argument against Islam.
The biggest rebound. The harsher punishment.
No. Where's the statistics for that? Show me the statistics for that. You're just making a claim.
I can afterwards release statistics on what positive punishment and negative punishment.
I gave you a citation. Peter Moskos in defense of flogging. He says that jail actually does not rehabilitate, and flogging is much better in correcting behavior and deterring crime. I gave you a reference. You give me one.
I'm not talking for jail. I'm not defending jail. I'm not saying, oh, we should jail people instead of flogging people. I'm saying that flogging people and executing people is not the solution. It is the opposite of the solution. It is
you haven't given a solution. How do you punish people?
If a child does something bad, and I go to him and I give him a very clear instruction, and I say, hey, don't do this, do that instead, because if you do that, you will get this. That will be much better for the child to follow than if I go there and I beat the hell out of him and say, this is what
I don't agree with beating the hell out of children.
Well, I'm sorry,
don't say that that's my argument.
Fine, whatever. Listen, I'm just giving the example. If you have an individual and the individual does something undesirable, and you say, hey, don't do that, do this instead, because if you do this, then you will get this reward. That will be much more effective than if you go and beat the hell out of that individual. Because if you beat the hell out of that individual will just hide his bad behavior, and it will rebound in such a terrible way that he will do the behavior somewhere else, as in Muslims coming and being disproportionately representative in rape in Europe, for example, and will also apply harsh punishments on other individuals. That is the basic psychology.
No, there's actually give me studies about all of these claims. You're just making them without any basis.
I will post them after. I will post them after this conversation. This is introduction to psychology.
You're conflating two things. Like a child is different from a rapist, right? Disciplining a child is different from disciplining a rapist. Like punishments, you're saying that even punishment is something that we should abolish, and you have no solution. Like, I don't know what that even means. Like, how do we abolish jails? Like, so how do you even deter crime if there's no negative reinforcement?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that harsh, positive punishment doesn't work. It does the opposite of working.
Yeah, I mean that's a basic liberal theory. It's like 300 years old. Yes, this is what the Enlightenment thinkers argued. The Enlightenment thinkers argued. Someone like John Stuart Mill argued that corporal punishment is barbaric and punishment as a whole is irrational because it contravenes utilitarianism. If you punish someone, the crime that has been committed is not going to, reverse itself. The harm from the crime has already been committed. So if you impose more harm through a punishment, that increases the overall harm in society. So that's irrational. This is a utilitarian argument. And the Enlightenment thinkers are the ones who argued it exactly in the same way that you're arguing it, but it was based on their philosophy, not actual empirical science. Now that we do have empirical science, we can look at the rehabilitation rate, the crime rate, and the prison system in the West is a complete failure. Okay, isn't this what's being protested right now with abolish the police? This is exactly what all of society is being turned over because of this institution of policing and jailing people that many have found barbaric and completely contrary to human happiness.
That makes my point, not your point, because people are protesting excessive force right now.
No, they're protesting more than that. They're protesting abolish the police, abolish the prison system, the largest prison system in all of history. Okay, the largest prison system.
What is the main
Imagine how much better society would be, as Peter Moskos argues with evidence in his book, published peer-reviewed book, In Defense of Flogging, how much better society would be if we returned to the standard of corporal punishment.
Daniel, I want to ask you a question. You brought it up. I'm sorry, you brought it up.
Well, we haven't finished Hudud. We haven't finished that.
No. If a person in an Islamic society is caught selling heavy drugs, what should happen to that person under an Islamic society?
Heavy drugs?
Let's give an example, cocaine or marijuana, for example. Marijuana is not heavy, but what happens to that person if a person is caught selling marijuana to people?
I mean, I have to review. Like, I can't speak authoritatively. For drunkenness, shorb al-khamr, drinking wine, there is lashing. So the sale of wine or intoxicants, I have to review exactly what the procedure is for that.
Fair enough. But let's talk about drinking, for example. Drinking is punished with lashing, right?
Yep.
Yet you are saying that people are protesting the system in America. And essentially, this is known. People are protesting excessive force in America because the police is on the spot treating people disproportionately right now, black people, as the protesters argue, with excessive force. And they want the police to stop using excessive force because they consider that an evil. That is what people are protesting. Yet you are bringing that up as how the system doesn't work and people are protesting against it, while you are arguing that people should be punished with flogging if they drink alcohol. How do you justify that?
That's a separate point. How do I justify the punishment of drinking alcohol? Intoxicants are something that destroys individual human life. It destroys families. It destroys. I mean, this is something in my own family, extended family, people who are addicted to all kinds of drugs. Iran, Britain flooded Iran with opium, causing massive addiction. This is how they destroyed many societies. China is another example with the opium wars. So addiction is a massive evil that causes all kinds of destruction. If you can deter that, as the West does, I think that deterrence is important. And then also education and health, helping people with addiction. I think these are all things that can take away this blight of drug addiction and substance abuse. And yeah, flogging, again, being flogged. What's more humane? flogging someone who has public intoxication, flogging them and sending them on their way, or putting them in prison for 3, 4, 5 years, 10 years, 3 strikes and you're out, kind of legal punishment that exists in the West. I prefer flogging. I think flogging is much more humane and effective.
But haven't you just argued that the Western system is a failure because people are protesting it, and that's a sign of it?
It is a failure, yeah.
But people are protesting excessive force.
How is that? I'm not advocating a prison system. Flogging is completely different. I'm not against punishment. Yeah, exactly.
That's what people are protesting. In America, people are currently protesting excessive force by authorities, the police. The Islamic equivalent of that would be authorities that enforce excessive force by flogging people who merely drink alcohol. In the West, we are, for example, talking about black people who sell drugs and are then being mistreated by police officers. You're bringing up the protests of Western people of the system as an evidence that the system is a failure, yet you're advocating excessive force in an Islamic society.
It's a failure not because
it's as basic as alcohol.
Ridwan.
That's what you said. That's not what I'm saying.
Follow the argument, please. Okay, the failure is not because it's a punishment from authorities. That's not what the failure is. The failure is all of the systematic racism. The failure comes from the police state, the surveillance state, mass incarceration, the prison industrial complex, from capitalism, from a corporate nation state bureaucracy, technocratic state. Those are the failures, Ridwan. Those are the failures that I'm saying that
how it is a failure
that are not found in Islam.
Yeah? How is it a failure? What is a failure about it?
How is systematic racism a failure? Is that the question?
Systematic racism is completely beside the point. You're talking about that has nothing to do with the topic.
That has nothing to do with prisons.
That has nothing to do with our conversation. Of course, racism is...
You're bringing up protests, right? You're the one who's telling me about protests. I bring it up to show that this is... I'm not against punishment.
No, you brought this
I'm
up
the one who's
because
saying punishment is necessary.
The system of the punishment system is an issue. This has nothing to do with the race issue. You brought up that the Western system of punishing society is a failure. Yet, what exactly is a failure about it? And how is racism relevant to this discussion?
Racism is part of the failure. The prison industrial complex.
It has nothing to do with the topic, though.
You're asking me why is it? You're asking me why is the failure? Why is the failure? I give you a reason why it's a failure, and you say it has nothing to do with the topic of discussion.
Okay.
I don't know how. Am I speaking like a different language here?
You're saying the prison and punishment system in America is a failure. And people are protesting it.
Yeah.
And then you are arguing for the alternative of an Islamic punishment system.
Yeah.
But then you bring up racism as reason of the failure. How is racism relevant to comparing the Islamic punishment system to the American punishment system? Or
it exists in one and doesn't exist in the other. That's why it's relevant.
It could also exist in the Islamic system.
Why? Because. Why? I mean, this is your bias against Muslims?
Of liberalism. It is contrary to liberalism.
No, I disagree. Look at all of the liberal thinkers. John Stuart Mill, Immanuel Kant, Hume. Look at David Hume. Look at Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, Abraham Lincoln. They were all white supremacists. That's why their statues are being toppled right now. They were all white supremacists who believe in the superiority of the white race. Liberalism. Look, here's a book right here. Maybe you can't see it. This is Domenico.
We're talking about racism.
Domenico. No, this is important because you want to talk about comparing Islam with liberalism. You brought it up. Domenico Lesordo has a book, Liberalism: A Counter History. Liberalism: A Counter History. This Italian philosopher writes about the deeply racist history of liberalism and white supremacy. This is the question that I want to ask you. This is the question.
We're talking about...
Yeah, racism is part of liberalism. It's part of its history.
We're talking about the methods of punishment and comparing the methods of punishment to the Islamic methods of punishment. Racism has nothing to do with this at all. You got into a point where you're trying to wiggle yourself out right now by bringing up racism. Racism has nothing to do with the point. We're talking about why the Western punishment system is wrong, because that was the entire discussion about. the punishment methods are wrong and why the Islamic punishment methods
You understand
are right.
that.
But fine.
You understand that something can be wrong for multiple reasons, right?
Why is it wrong?
First, do you accept that something can be wrong for multiple reasons? Something can be a failure.
Of course I do.
Okay.
Of course I do. But racism has nothing to do with the methods.
Racism has nothing to do with the prison system. Sociologically, okay, fine. Then forget racism. The prison system, the prison industrial complex. No. Do you think that my argument is that I'm against jails? I'm against locking people up in principle? No, because that's actually Islamic. With Islamic judges historically, they also implemented prison punishment. So that's not my argument.
To be very fair, I think we have completely drifted into a thing that has completely deviated from our actual discussion, which is why we're getting into this spot that we cannot get out of, because we're talking about how the prison system is preferable to the flogging system, how the flogging system is preferable to the prison system, and all that. Let's get out of it. I agree. We won't get anywhere with this. I think we should come to the main point, because we are far above our time actually, and we have still not discussed why you would think or how we could argue that your definition of a just society is that a society should be should find fulfillment, should be collectively happy, and we can only make it collectively fulfilled and collectively happy by enforcing the laws of the Islamic Sharia, for example, by executing homosexuals, executing apostates, executing adulterers, and all that stuff. Why do you think this is what should be required from a society? I want to ask you two questions. If you were not a Muslim, if you did not believe that Allah created humanity and the world, that Allah did not create you, that Allah did not put out the laws for us, would you still believe that the system that Islam presents is the perfect system to have? And that's my second question, is why do you think this matters? Why do you think human happiness and human fulfillment eventually matters to Allah?
So let me answer the first question. And do I think that if I were a non-Muslim, would this seem like the perfect system? And my answer is yes. I'm providing all of these reasons in this argumentation, and I invite all the viewers to look at the citations that I provide, research the points that I'm making about family, kinship, bottom-up versus top-down society, and see for yourself, and you'll come to the conclusion that objectively there's one religion that matches these kinds of instincts and this kind of empirical research, and that religion is Islam. That's the entire argument that I'm making. I'm appealing to a non-Muslim audience, but you really need to let me finish justifying some of these points, because we haven't even talked about apostasy. You set me up by asking the question, and I gave you just a straight answer, like, is this punishable by death and so forth, but you didn't give me a chance to fully justify and finish the argument, because we got into side issues. But let me just finish the argument with homosexuality as well. So homosexuality also contravenes stable families. It's something that frustrates stable families, and this is for a lot of reasons. Evolutionarily also, a kind of disgust reaction to homosexual behavior is universal. It's actually instinctual. And this is something that I ask those who believe in evolution, explain why such a feeling of disgust would evolve within humans, disgust for male on male sexual behavior. And to justify this argument, look at the paper, The Association Between Disgust, Sensitivity, and Negative Attitudes Towards Homosexuality. Also,
I have a very simple answer to that.
Also look at Gordon Gallup, who wrote, or that study is by Gordon Gallup. And then I have some other studies I can cite for you as well. But Gordon Gallup argues that this disgust reaction is universal. It's found across all societies. There's a Chinese study that also makes the same point. But this kind of attitude, he argues, of disgust is towards homosexuality is universal, and it's not xenophobia. Because you might say that, well, people are disgusted by it because they're xenophobic. And Gordon Gallup, this sociologist at the University of Albany, who published his papers on 4 separate studies that he did, showed that no, it's not because of xenophobia. He distinguishes this disgust to homosexual behavior is its own separate reaction. It's not just xenophobia or fear of the other. But why? What is the evolutionary basis for that? Gordon Gallup makes a very clear argument. He says that when we look at homosexual behavior, where does homosexuality come from? There is a high correlation between becoming homosexual in orientation and early childhood sexual experience. So when a boy at a young age comes into sexual contact with a male adult, that seems to be highly correlated with having a homosexual orientation later in life. So basically molestation, child molestation and homosexuality, there is a very strong correlation between them, and there's a lot of studies on that as well, such as does physical abuse, sexual abuse, or neglect in childhood increase the likelihood of same-sex sexual relationships and cohabitation, by Helen Wilson, published in 2008. And then there's also comparative data of childhood and adolescence molestation in heterosexual and homosexual persons by Marie Tomio in 2001. So they prove this, peer-reviewed research, that there is a correlation. So imagine that you want to this is Gordon Gallup's explanation. You are a man who wants a large family with children, a stable family, you want grandchildren, and that's your instinct. Instinctually you have that. And then homosexuals are molesting your children and causing them to be homosexuals because of that behavior. Your genes are not going to be spread. So disgust and protecting your children from contact with homosexuals is actually instinctual because it's evolutionarily adaptive. This is Gordon Gallup's argument. This is Gordon Gallup's argument.
Number one, I want to say.
Let me finish the argument.
It doesn't support the point at all.
It does. Why is it evolutionary? Why is it evolutionarily adaptive? Why?
I want to go on.
Why are you interrupting?
Because I want to.
Why are you interrupting?
Because we agreed at the very beginning of our conversation before.
No, we agreed that you wouldn't talk over me. So you set me up by saying yes, homosexuals should get homosexual behavior deserves capital punishment. You set that up, and then you don't let me explain fully. You interrupt me in the middle of the argument. How's that fair?
You interrupt me all the time, Daniel. I could just mute you here. I don't do that. You interrupt me all the time. We agreed before our chat that we will have very simple, short questions and short answers. Your questions.
But this is a complicated,
like whole propaganda of
no, it's not propaganda. These peer-reviewed research is propaganda.
I will mute you for a second. I'm sorry. You are presenting a study. I have muted you. Yes, just for a second to say something. You are citing a study. I have just Googled. Homosexuality natural. The only study that I find is the study that you cited. That is number one.
Is homosexuality natural?
Number two is that it has been scientifically.
I'm not muted with my audience, so I can keep talking.
A natural thing. If you just want to argue that that because I have unmuted you, you can speak again. If you just argue that that because humans somehow have a natural disgust against homophobia, that somehow this means people will infect others with homosexual behavior, and homosexual behavior will spread, and we should crack down on people for the safety of society. This is simply inconclusive. This is wrong. This is not.
I mean, I made a step-by-step argument.
Homosexuality, which is and the argument for this is very simple. The argument for this is that according to the APA and many other institutions that lead the world in scientific progress, in psychological progress, the basic psychology that we learn from everywhere, because they are based on research papers that are actually cited hundreds of times, whereas this paper that I'm looking at, that you cited, was cited 6 times, which means this is ridiculous in a scientific consensus. I'm telling you this.
You don't think there's any social factor that limits that, huh?
In the scientific world, a paper that has been cited 6 times is ridiculous. You cannot.
Which paper? Which paper did you look up?
As a universal point.
Which paper did you look up?
To make your point.
Which paper?
The one that you cited about Gordon Gallup, for example.
It's not Gordon Gallup is.
The American Psychologists Association knows, as any other scientific institution that is leading the world in progress, in scientific progress right now, that homosexuality is something that naturally occurs, which is not for or against the point. I'm not saying that at all. I don't even care if homosexuality is natural or not.
I didn't argue otherwise.
I don't give a damn about that. I don't give a damn about that, or if homosexuality is natural or not. But you are saying that because people feel some sort of disgust against homosexual behavior, that this is somehow a supporting point of your argument. And the entire discussion is going on.
Follow the argument. Follow the argument.
To a pandering of these supposedly pseudoscientific points. What we see is that
pseudoscience is sociologists at University of Albany. Sociologists at the University of Albany is pseudoscience now. Why is that pseudoscience? Why is it evolutionarily found? Why is he
disgust at the thought of a man and a woman having sex? This is a ridiculous point to bring up.
No,
how does this exactly serve your point?
Listen to the point, okay?
Homosexual people feel disgust by looking at or thinking of a heterosexual intercourse. How exactly does this strengthen your point? I don't want you to go into lengthy presentations.
I explained how it supports my point. Let me finish the argument without interrupting me.
You're not finishing arguments. You're building.
Yeah, I know I'm not finishing because you interrupt, and then you might mute me. That's why I'm not finishing arguments. Let me finish the step-by-step points. You see, you're not letting me talk. Let me finish my points.
I don't want you to go for 5
yeah, of course you don't want the actual full argument. I know, because every time I bring up research, I bring up points, you say this is pseudoscience, you just hand wave. That's the only way that you're arguing. You don't want to confront the evidence. It's okay. Look, if you can't handle the points that I'm bringing up without resorting, oh, but this doesn't make sense. Okay, that's your response to everything. Oh, this doesn't make sense. Okay, make an argument, make counterpoints, but you don't even let me speak. Okay, let me finish the argument. Let me finish the argument. You have universal disgust reactions. Why is that?
From the very beginning of our conversation, I have agreed from the very beginning that this is not meant to be a debate. This is meant to be a
I'm not debating. I'm just trying to make my point. If it's not a debate, why are you interrupting me?
You cannot make me. You cannot even let me make a fucking disclaimer for 1 second. Are you kidding me? I thought I was too emotional and too impatient for a discussion. I seriously thought that before we had this discussion. From the very beginning of this conversation, you have numerous times talked for 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 7 minutes, and I haven't interrupted.
You have as well.
Whenever I begin to talk, you are throwing in so many things. It is ridiculous. We're not getting anywhere because I cannot say it. I cannot put a single thought out there without you interrupting me, and I have to listen to you talk for 7 minutes.
Look, you want to put a timer? You want to put a timer? We can put a timer. 5-minute allocation, me and you.
We can leave that to a debate.
Because you interrupt my points before I can make them. You interrupt my arguments before I can complete them. Let me finish the argument.
Daniel, this is the 20th time that you're finishing an argument. And whenever I say something, when you are done and I begin talking, there you are interrupting. This has turned into a circus. This is ridiculous. This is not a conversation. I am here trying to have a conversation with you, not have minute-long discussions from your side, and then a 50-second or 15-second talk from my side, where after you interrupt again and bring up all your 5-minute points. This is not how this conversation is supposed to work. It doesn't work. This is not productive. This is not ideal. This is not mature. This doesn't go anywhere. It just doesn't work.
Are you finished grandstanding?
You speak.
Okay. Are you finished grandstanding? Are you like are you a victim here?
Are you kidding me?
Why are you crying about it? Look, just talk. Let me finish an argument and then respond. Isn't that what rational discourse is about?
Yes, and you haven't allowed me to do that.
Because you haven't let me articulate the argument. I did let you speak. You remember your whole immigrant Muslim rapist rant? Did I let you speak in that?
Because I yelled and because I told you, please let me speak. And that was only
I'll let you speak. Let me finish the argument, then I'll let you speak.
I cannot go on with this bullcrap anymore. Let's keep it brief. you are not making a point by bringing up lengthy references to some papers that no one will be able to look up.
I try to justify my points. I try to bring evidence for my points. Unlike you, I don't just hand wave and say, oh, it doesn't make sense. I actually bring evidence and step-by-step argumentation. That's the difference between the way I argue and the way that you rant.
This is not a debate. That's why I tell.
An argument doesn't mean debate. Do you know what argument means? It doesn't mean a debate. An argument means premises and a conclusion. An argument means premises and a conclusion. I'm not arguing with you in the sense that I'm having a fight with you. I'm presenting an argument. Premise 1, premise 2, premise 3, conclusion.
That's why I told you days ago that we're not having a debate. We're just having a.
I'm not having a debate.
We're having a natural, normal conversation, not a debate.
I know.
Because a debate is something where you make 20-minute introductions and 20 minutes or 5 minute or 10 minutes points for and against the argument. That's what you do during a debate.
In a conversation, you also present an argument, you present a point, and you support it with evidence.
You have no idea how a debate works or how a conversation
works.
Yeah,
I don't know. Where's your philosophy degree? Where's your credentials in debate and argumentation?
Oh, wow.
I mean, you're saying I don't know what debate means.
I'm sorry. I haven't studied philosophy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, clearly you haven't. I mean, you don't even know what an argument is. So premises and a conclusion. In many conversations I can have with people, when I have a conversation with someone, when I have a conversation with someone, they allow me to finish my points, to make a complete thought, a complete argument, and then they respond to it. But you keep. Just like Armin and these other ex-Muslims, you don't let me finish the point. Okay? And you're complaining about I'm bringing in too much data and evidence. Like, that's a complaint. I thought you were interested in the truth.
No, I'm not. That is a ridiculously stupid accusation. I'm not accusing you of bringing in too much data and evidence. That's not what I'm doing. I'm accusing you of bringing up irrelevant evidence that doesn't lead to your point at all. You're bringing up a study.
According to you, you just hand wave. It doesn't lead to my point. How? Look, let me simplify the argument. I'll summarize it. I'll summarize it for you. Look, I'll summarize it very close. Come on.
This is the one single time.
He muted me, by the way.
Daniel Hakikatu has done this for 5-6 times. So. This is the one single time. You're muted, by the way.
Yeah, I know. My audience can hear me.
This is the one single time that I will actually appeal to the audience and
see,
will say,
he can't really deal with evidence.
And decide for yourselves how often has Daniel Hakikatu been allowed to speak, and how often have I?
How often has Ridvan hand waved and said that? Oh,
this is ridiculous.
Okay.
Go ahead. Do what you want.
All right. So it's very simple. When you have a bottom-up society.
Forget about it. Go to
this is the point.
Why do you think?
Bottom-up society, stable family structures lead to the maximum amount of happiness in society, according to Jonathan Haidt, many other sociobiologists and evolutionary biologists. This is why certain things have evolved from an evolutionary perspective, which I don't agree with, but your evolutionary scientists and anthropologists and psychologists agree with this. And certain kinds of behavior is contrary to stable families. Homosexuality is one of them. Adultery, fornication is a major problem, creates a major dysfunction within society. And Islam deters that with punishment because of the high cost that comes to society. Very simple argument that is based in scientific research, anthropological consensus, and this is why things like adultery were condemned in many religions, not just adultery, and not just Islam. Adultery, homosexuality were condemned in many religions and societies, even non-Abrahamic societies. Why? Why do we find this universal pattern? Because it's based on human instincts and it's based on adaptiveness if you want to appeal to an evolutionary argument. So the materialist, utilitarian, liberal has to think, why is this the case? And the argument that, oh, we're just more enlightened now and we understand things better is not a very good argument. So let's move to apostasy.
Okay. Can I have an objection to that briefly?
Go ahead.
A utilitarian point of view is actually that society eventually decides what is better for society, and society comes up with their own laws in order to establish what is best for the individual, and what is best for the individual correlates with what is best for a society. And the utilitarian perspective is that people have over time, over millennia, over centuries, made laws because they found that these certain laws work best for their society. So when people, for example, outlawed crime or outlawed homicide all around the world, which is a very universal law, they came to that conclusion that they must outlaw homicide for a society to work, because if you allow homicide, then you will endanger your neighbor, your neighbor will endanger you, and essentially you will not be able to function, you will not be able to find happiness, to grow as a society. That is the most basic, simple explanation of utilitarianism. If you look at utilitarianism from a modern point of view, from the 21st century, you would what you would actually agree, just not to misrepresent utilitarianism, is that since society has now come to agree that we should approach society liberally, and should approach social freedoms liberally, and should allow homosexual people to practice homosexuality and to be homosexual without punishing it with death or castration or anything alike. We have come to that conclusion because we have understood that that is better for society. Because by punishing homosexuality with death or with brutal punishments like fornication, for example, we don't get rid of homosexuality, because homosexuality is not something that you get rid of. It exists in Islamic society very greatly. It exists in East Asian societies, in every society all around the world. It has always existed. There were societies which normalized it to extent, for example, the Roman Empire before the conversion to Christianity, and many other reasons. The utilitarian and liberal point of view is that homosexuality must be or should be allowed by people to be practiced, and you cannot punish it with death, because as long as you punish it with death, you only cause it to be a rage in society by homosexuals, which will only endanger the ultimate happiness of society. The ultimate happiness of society can only be ensured by allowing homosexuality, for example, which is not something that spreads, which we have scientifically concluded in the 21st century, but which is rather something that stays among people who are homosexual. That is the actual utilitarian and liberal point of view, just not to misrepresent that. But go on.
Yeah, I mean, that's a nice story, but it's incoherent. We have understood society decides what is best. How do they decide? Which societies decided that this is the best? Many societies historically decide actually that's not the best. This is destructive behavior. Adultery, fornication is destructive behavior, and that's why they severely deterred it with punishment. In Muslim society, in many societies. So I don't know where you have this data. We have understood. You keep using this language. Who's we? Certainly not the vast majority of the world. If you do surveys, and they have done surveys on homosexuality, most people historically, and even in recent times, and even in the West, are uncomfortable with this practice, and they actually oppose rights, these kinds of same-sex marriage rights in the West, included in the West. So I don't know who's deciding these values. And anyway, I mean, the idea that the West discovers, like for the most of Western history, even your beloved Enlightenment liberal thinkers, your utilitarian thinkers, were anti-homosexual behavior. They viewed it just like everyone else, that this is something that is deviant. That was your word, right? So this is how this has been discovered, what empirical study has discovered that, oh, this is actually something that is not problematic and people should have the right to do that, and it will lead to what is the best society. You haven't even defined that. I've actually given very quantitative definitions. What does lead to human happiness based on empirical research, non-Muslim research, on what actually produces happy societies, happy human beings. You've only asserted the same kind of liberal narrative that we hear over and over and over again. So, I mean, I'll leave it at that.
Okay, briefly, obviously I'm referring to societies that have come to that conclusion that homosexuality shouldn't be punished with death. That is very logically clear. That's quite obvious. That if I'm referring to how society has concluded that this is right and that is wrong, I'm referring to this society that has concluded that this is right and this is wrong. And in a utilitarian liberal society, I wouldn't even define the liberal West as entirely utilitarian. I would rather say that they are driven to some extent by utilitarianism, which basically means usefulness to society, not literally, but that's what it translates to basically. But a liberal West has come to these conclusions because the liberal West pursues the happiness of humanity, of society, through equality and through freedom. Not completely by maximizing freedom, but rather by maximizing freedom from bigotry or freedom from government restrictions, for example. So obviously what I'm referring to is this, that the liberal West has come to this conclusion, not the liberal world has come to this conclusion. Supporting evidence to this is also that, supporting evidence that other nations have come to this conclusion is that many nations around the world, besides just the liberal West, have come to conclude that homosexuality shouldn't be punished with death. And in fact, this is also an opinion that is becoming increasingly more popular among cultures, among Islamic cultures, that you could argue are under the influence of Western media and Western propaganda. But simply the fact that these people are accepting of this Western propaganda while they are living in their Islamic environments could be a point for me. But I know you will argue, you will say that any supporting argument presented by me is just a story, and any supporting argument presented by you is the evidence. But sure, go on.
So at the beginning, just to get more substantive, I mentioned how many of these liberal concepts are fundamentally incoherent and actually vacuous. So when you talk about freedom and you talk about equality and liberty, you can actually, there are many Islamist movements in modern history that claim that their religious values are completely conformant with freedom and liberty and human rights. Right? They actually use that kind of language to justify Islamic law and Islamic values. They say that, in fact, if you want to maximize human freedom, you need to submit to Quran and Sunnah, you need to submit to Islam. This is what maximizes human freedom. If you want to actually respect human rights, you have to abide by Islamic law, because Islamic law is the system that guarantees true human rights. I mean, this is a type of liberal argument that they're making because they're using that language. But the thing is that the term freedom and equality and liberty, these are hollow terms. You can fill them with any values. Because at the end of the day, what is it? Who decides what's a human right? Who decides that certain things are human rights and other things are not? In Western theory and Western philosophy, human rights are based on an idea of what are fundamental human interests. What is it that's in the interest of a human being? And that is an empirical question. It can be answered empirically. But if you don't want to do that, like you can, if we don't want to appeal to science, Islamically, science is not the only arbiter of truth. Islam also has certain definitions and claims about what leads to human flourishing, human happiness, what truly is in the interests of human beings. For example, knowing your lineage, knowing who your father is, being in a stable family, this is in human interest. This is something that fundamentally affects your happiness in this life, and it also affects your salvation, because there's also correlation between religiosity and growing up in a stable family. But this kind of value of stable families, this is in human interest. So this is a human right. It's a human right to know your lineage, know your father, be with your mother and father and raised in that environment. It's a human right, and we have to protect that human right with Sharia, with Hudud, with capital punishment. So this is a human rights argument for the Sharia and for Hudud. And I can make that argument, and other Islamists, historically, I'm talking about historically, have made these kinds of arguments using liberal language. I mean, they were kind of in this mindset that freedom and equality and these values make sense, and they're just trying to, appropriate them. But I mean, this is an argument that could be made.
I think the comparison is very inappropriate because you could give examples of people who make the same argument for Islam, that Islam ensures absolute human happiness and human freedom and human rights, for example. But what is the goal of Islam? What is Islamic philosophy based on? Liberalism is a philosophy, and you could argue that looking at philosophies, at the history of philosophies, Islam is also a philosophy. Religions are also philosophies. Whereas liberalism has the end goal of providing, of looking for human happiness by using several means, of one of which is freedom, for example. What is the ultimate goal of Islam?
Happiness as well, in the sense of, from the human perspective, happiness in this life, flourishing in this life, and also salvation, which is happiness in the hereafter, and also the pleasure of one's creator and love for one's creator. These are all the ultimate goals of Islam.
So what you're saying is that what you're seeing here, not saying, is that Islam's ultimate goal is actually not human happiness, and to pursue and to find out what human happiness really is and how we can truly figure out what human happiness is. The ultimate goal of Islam is the happiness of Allah, which means submission to Allah. That's what Islam basically means. Islam literally means submission. Just as let's distinguish these two. Both of these two are philosophies. Liberalism is a philosophy, Islam is a philosophy. Liberalism's main goal is human happiness, and in order to reach human happiness, liberalism uses equality and freedom. Islam is also a philosophy. The ultimate goal of Islam's philosophy is the happiness of Allah and submission to Allah, and in order to reach that submission, Islam uses submission to Allah, and you would also argue human happiness. So these two systems have completely different goals. So when you now argue that someone could also say for Islam that Islam ensures human rights and human happiness, which is why we should follow Islam, that's actually, it doesn't really. It's a misrepresentation of what liberals say when they say you should be liberal in order to reach human freedom, because the goal of liberalism is human happiness and equality, whereas the goal of Islam is the happiness of Allah, and it has pre-scripted, pre-written laws that you cannot change, you cannot alter. You have to justify those laws. Whereas in liberalism, you don't have to stick to certain laws. You have to pursue what is right, and you can change what is right based on your findings, which is why philosophers 200 years ago thought homosexuality is bad and should be punished, whereas people nowadays think it shouldn't be punished, and there is nothing terrible about it. Don't we agree on this?
I don't even understand. Like, what I said was that Islam does aim for human happiness as an end as well. Like, that's part of
It's not true.
It is true. It's something that I mean, they're both conformant. Like, the way to achieve human happiness in the grand scale of things is through submission to one's creator. Why? Because the creator has created you. He knows actually what is in your interest as a human being, whereas human beings themselves are very confused and ignorant, and they need revelation, they need guidance from the one who has created human beings. Whereas the liberal is using these vacuous terms. Like, this is not my argument. This is actually the argument of a Harvard professor, Stephen Smith, who wrote The Disenchantment of Secular Discourse. And he said that these secular terms, like freedom, equality, and liberty, are vacuous. They're just empty, and they're used to smuggle in values that just come from the culture. Whatever is the status quo, whatever is popular, people just use the word freedom, and this is equality. We see this in American politics as well. Both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party argue that their policies are more conformant with freedom and equality, and that's what they're jostling back and forth on, but they have completely different policies in certain areas. So how can it both be the case that one is that they're both conformant with freedom and equality? So what Stephen Smith says is that these are actually vacuous terms. The point that you're making about happiness is that, well, if people are able to decide, like this is what you kept saying, we decided as a society Why should we suppose that humans can arrive at a rational conclusion? Human beings in groups are very irrational, actually. They act irrationally, and they're very easily manipulated, right? Human beings are easily manipulated by government forces or by media. So this appeal to we collectively decide or we figure it out, I mean, this is very irrational, I would say, and it doesn't actually make sense. If we want to talk about happiness, there's an objective answer to that, and I've cited all of the research that tells you what human happiness actually entails.
Do you believe that slavery is an ideal system? Do you believe that that there should be slaves in a society?
Well, we're getting off the topic. We can talk about slavery.
No, this is part of the conversation. Do you think slavery is okay?
Yeah. I mean, slavery is something that I do not find to be immoral. And I can give you an argument for that, but if you interrupt me, then there's no point.
I just don't want you to go into... I mean, you could lengthily... The thing is, you could go lengthily into citing one or two sources that argue why slavery is good or why slavery is okay.
You're interested in truth, right? So I try to give evidence-based arguments. So if you're interested in that, I'll provide. I'll try to be as brief as possible. I understand the time constraint.
The thing is, down seriously, I don't want to fight you. I don't want this to turn into a fight. I really
then let me finish.
In good faith. I could have lengthily prepared many sources and gone into what this source says, this source says that. If we had engaged in such a conversation, we would have a 5-hour talk, and we are already at 3 hours.
I'll give a very short. You asked me the question, you bring it up, right? So if you bring it up, what do you want? You just want me to say yes so I look like a barbarian and then you cut me off?
No. I really just want to have brief, logical discussions on the concept of slavery, for example. I don't want to go into lengthy papers. We can gladly look. If you want to have a debate with me, I would love to have a debate on issues. If you would like to have a debate, if people want to see that, if you think that's something that works, I would totally agree to have an actual debate with you where we prepare lengthy speeches and where we counter each other. Is that something that you would like to do?
Let's see how the reaction to this goes.
Sure.
And if people think that it's useful to have a debate.
Sure, but as said, I'm just making this distinction. If we want to have a debate, I would love to do that, and then we can lengthily bring up your evidence and your reasons and your supporting evidence and this and that. But this is just not part of that. I mean, we are.
I'm not saying.
I'm trying to logically argue for or against things here.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing as well, and that's part of conversation. I came to this discussion thinking that I'm going to have to defend very controversial issues, right? So if you want to defend something, you bring reasons, and reasons involve evidence. That's not just for debates, that's in conversation as well. I've actually been not in that many formal debates. So, okay, slavery, you want to talk about slavery? There's a very interesting quote from this anthropologist named David Graeber. He wrote a book called Debt, a 5,000-year history. But he's an accomplished anthropologist. Anyway, he says that if we brought someone like Aristotle or we brought someone from the past to modern society, that figure from the past would think that most people in society are in fact slaves. Okay? They're actually in fact slaves, because our understanding of what is slavery, when we use that word, we think about chattel slavery, we think about 12 years a slave, things like this, these kinds of images of racial chattel slavery. And this is actually not historically universal. That's in America's history of transatlantic slavery. But most slavery in history did not look like that. In fact, every civilization, without exception, practiced slavery and slave labor within history, including Europe and so forth, with feudalism and transatlantic slavery, as I mentioned. So when it came to pre-modern societies, if one side defeats another side, you have two countries in a war, then what do you do with the losers? What does the losing side do? You either slaughter them or you enslave them. You can't just let them go and return, because they're going to be angry, they're going to reproduce, get stronger, and then come and pose a threat, an existential threat.
I completely agree.
Okay, so that's something that had to be the case in pre-modern societies, and Islam was their slavery was, the slavery of Islam was not racially based. It was based on prisoners of war. In fact, Islam limited the avenues of entrance into slavery, and Islam was very good at integrating these conquered people into Muslim society, where the slave class ended up becoming very powerful and very knowledgeable, educated Muslims within overall Muslim society, because the Islamic state, Islamic law was not based on race, it was based on belief, as we discussed already. So, but the liberal mind has a problem with this idea of owning a person, right? Would you say that's the case? Because at the end of the day, okay, Islam treated slaves great and nice. That doesn't address the fundamental moral problem with slavery, according to the liberal mind. According to the liberal mind, ownership. It doesn't matter if the slave is living the life, an opulent life, but as long as he's owned, that is the problem. And the response to that is, historically, slave labor was the dominant form of labor. Wage labor was actually relatively rare. And there was a debate historically around the time of the Industrial Revolution in American history where wage labor was increasing. And there was a debate on whether slave labor and wage labor are really distinct. Is there really a fundamental difference between wage labor and slave labor? And the argument that people would use is that slavery, is there a difference between owning someone versus renting someone? And this was a conceptual debate that they had, and many non-Muslim Western thinkers, liberal thinkers, argued that no, renting someone is worse, because think about the difference between owning a car and renting a car. When you rent a car, you drive it, you know, in a very abusive kind of way, as opposed to owning it, where that's your investment, you care about it. Anyway, so that's something that's uncomfortable for people who are raised in the West, but this is actually a reality, and this conceptually, this idea of renting a person versus owning a person, was there was no distinction between it. If you were a wage laborer historically, you might as well have been a slave. It's the same thing. It was the same thing within all of these societies. Even feudalism. Is feudalism really different from slavery? Even though you're given wages and you're given a portioned, a certain livelihood, is that really different from slavery? No, it's a basic concept. So the concepts, the legal concepts underlying slavery exist within the employer-employee contract of wage labor, and it's a cultural difference. In many cultures, there's not really a difference between saying that person A, like Ridvan, owns George. Okay, that's a slave relationship. Ridvan owns George. There's not really a difference between that and saying that George has a contractual obligation to Ridvan. Okay, because they both imply force. If you're contractually obligated to someone, that implies force, because if you don't pay up and you don't meet the contract, then you're liable to be punished by the law or punished by Ridvan, and Ridvan can extract that debt from you by force, and if you don't pay up, he can prosecute you. The sheriff can come and can execute you. So there's inherent violence in all contractual agreements, and this is something that leftist and communist thinkers were arguing in the 20th century, because they wanted to say that capitalism is essentially coercive. Capitalism is no different than slavery, and so you have this entire communist, leftist, Marxist tradition of arguing that capitalism is really fundamentally no different than slavery. So these are things that we can analyze and talk about at great length, but these are some of the ideas that we should pursue in our hunger for truth.
The problem is, Daniel, I really just let you speak because I wanted to demonstrate something, and I don't mean any offense, but I think you have talked for about 6 or 7 minutes about slavery, and I really just asked the question because I wanted to get to a single point, which was about how you can define the concept of slavery from the perspective of a slave, how you can combine that with the concept of essential or eventual human happiness. But we went into a great conversation on the history, and logic of slavery, whereas I completely agree that slavery is an essential part of human history. For example, you would think that that I will come with one of those these typical imbecile objections, and will think, oh, slavery is evil. How dare people enslave people in history? How dare the Confederates do this and Muhammad do this and do that? No, I don't think like that at all. I think that slavery is completely historically, logically justified. I would indeed, that is what you said about how slavery was necessary, because if there are two societies, two towns, or two tribes, and they fight and have a victory over the other, what essentially needs to be done is, because in old times, in past times, these two societies basically their entire purpose is to rival and to defeat each other, to be superior over each other, to subjugate the other, because that's how society worked back then. It was completely normal, completely logical to enslave the defeated side, because if you don't enslave them, if you just let them go and take their stuff, they will eventually come back and take your stuff from you and probably enslave you or massacre you. That's completely and within a historical perspective, that's completely reasonable. I completely agree with that. I completely think that slavery is an undeniable, necessary part of our human past. And although that might sound offensive to some people, that is simply true. I do think, however, that slavery was over the last centuries, it was extended into the centuries when it was completely unnecessary. The point, however, is it doesn't really matter whether slavery should have continued or shouldn't have continued, because the whole question would have come down to how can you combine the idea that slavery is okay in Islam with the idea that Islam strives for eventual human happiness, when Islam wouldn't have abolished slavery in today's time, and Islam would still continue slavery in today's time if it wasn't for international human rights laws and forces and laws pushed by the West. Slavery didn't end in the Islamic world because the Islamic world decided that it's no longer useful. Slavery ended in the Islamic world because the Islamic world was forced by the liberal West to end slavery in order to continue, in order to be part of the United Nations, in order to be part of basic interactions, of basic trade, of basic international laws. And when you look at the concept of slavery, you say that you might say that slavery in the Islamic sense is not equal to slavery in some other cultures, because you are not free to beat a slave, or to brutally beat a slave, or to kill a slave, or to several other atrocities against slaves, and you are supposed to take care of the rights of slaves. It is an undeniable fact that on a free Muslim's choice. A Muslim can choose to free a slave, but a Muslim can also choose not to free a slave, and can choose to buy and acquire as many slaves as a Muslim wants through war or through the slave market. This includes labor slaves and slave girls, with which a Muslim can have non-consensual sex with, for example. This has existed throughout society. Now, you could argue that this is somehow similar to the modern system, where people have to work their behinds off in order to have a proper living in the West, and that this is somehow comparable to slavery. But that is absurd. That is ridiculous, because when you're thinking about a slave who is completely dependent on the mercy of his owner. A slave has no choice in freeing himself, except if he doesn't want to convert to Islam. If he doesn't want to convert to Islam, for example, he has no choice in freeing himself. In some cases, he can make a contract with his owner and say, hey, I want to work off my price and free myself. And it is at the owner's discretion, according to some scholars. And the owner should listen to the slave, according to other scholars, and then make a contract and free the slave. But in many cases throughout history in Islamic society, we have seen that slaves went on as slaves for generations. Slaves gave birth to slaves, who gave birth to slaves, who gave birth to slaves, and so on. You cannot possibly compare that to a Western system, to a Western capitalist system, for example, in which a person works for years, but can also do with his own life whatever he wants. He can choose a job, choose this job, choose that job, be self-employed, go to a different country and choose a job there, and go on lengthy vacations, have their own home, have whatever home they want, have whatever rights they want, and be completely equal in front of the law. It is simply utilitarian. I'm going to use that word again. That a society which has free individuals and no slavery is ultimately much happier, much more progressive, much more productive, as we see in the West. We have made much more production and much more progress than Islamic societies have made in 500 years. Than it is to have a system of slaves.
Right there. So you appeal to the productiveness. You appeal to the productiveness of the West.
Of course, I did, because it's useful. It's good.
I took 5 minutes to morally defend slavery. You're taking 10 minutes just to tell people what many of your non-Muslim audience already feels and has been taught for years. How is that fair? How is that fair? I'm going contrary to the status quo and trying to argue. You spend 10 minutes just telling, repeating the same points that everyone already... It's not like you're just reading back people's biases to them. Like, that's not very interesting. We get it, yeah. According to the liberal mind, slavery bad. Yes, we know. We know.
See. I will let the audience decide what to think.
Well, let me respond to that. Let me respond to the points that you made.
The entire point of this was to point out that I asked you a basic question and you went on to a whole 5-6 minute summary of.
Yeah, you're talking 10 minutes now. 10 minutes.
Irrelevant. Whereas my whole.
It was completely irrelevant. You asked me about slavery. I responded about slavery, and that was irrelevant. How does that make sense, man?
Was about the last minute of my talk, which was, how do you compare a system where you are subject to a free human's mercy? And the Quran clearly says we have we have chosen some over others, and that the slavery and the human are not equal. The Quran itself justifies that logic. How can you say that an Islamic society with slaves is more for eventual human happiness than a Western society, for example, where someone can choose where they want to work and can do with their lives whatever they want? That was the entire point of the question.
So the one thing the whole point that I was making is that there isn't a fundamental difference conceptually and legally between the logic of being a wage worker and being a slave. Okay, that was the whole point of what I was saying, and I cited David Graeber, or I can cite other anthropologists and historians, and these leftist thinkers in the 90s. So these leftist, let me finish. The leftist theorists and the communists were arguing that, look, there's not much. Fine, you can choose between working at McDonald's or working at Burger King. Okay, this is the reality of choice for the majority of human beings living in the West. They are wage laborers. And they work hard. Some of them have to work multiple minimum wage jobs, working 80 hours a week just to be able to live, just to be able to survive. This is a reality based on what we see in the world today, and that's wage labor. It's very different than slave labor, because the slave is part of the household of the Muslim.
We don't need to cite studies in order
to make an argument. Yeah, I should be like you and not cite anything and just talk off the top of my head. This is knowledge about the topic at hand. Why are you objecting to me citing evidence? Listen to the point. Muslims.
The question is very simple. You don't need to cite an argument to figure out whether you will be happy going to a school or you will be happy living in a.
No, you said that there's a. I'm getting to the answer to the question. I'm getting to the answer. No, how
in a one-room house or in a five-room.
Look, I gave you the reality of happiness in the West. The institutionalization from birth until death. That's the happiness, and it involves slavery. Slavery by another name. Yes, it involves slavery in our present. The difference between Muslim society. I'm answering it. I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question. You're portraying the West as this utopia.
I have a very simple question. Do you think society is happier with individuals? Don't get into how you can define slavery. do you think logically, and everyone can agree, can participate in this discussion and in this question, do you think a society is happier when numerous people in that society are enslaved and have no control over their own freedom, their travel, their means, their house, and anything at all, and are not equal in front of the law? Or a society in which people work hard, but can eventually choose their own jobs, make their own careers, and go wherever the hell they want? Which society do you think is happier?
I'm saying the distinction that you're making is incoherent.
It's a simple question.
It's
Which
incoherent.
society is happier?
The distinction that what you're appealing to as the free society, the utopia that everyone can choose what they want to do, it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist in the West. It doesn't exist anywhere.
Everywhere. You're speaking like one of those incoherent movies, or like 1984, or like what are those whole books called that were written in the first half of the 20th century. That's how you're speaking. I'm asking a very simple question: which society is better? Which society is happier?
Ridwan, which society is better? A society that has
better.
everyone is a billionaire? A society where everyone is a billionaire and lives in a mansion? Is that society better, or a society that doesn't have that?
I misspoke. I'm not saying happier. Which society is happier? I'm not saying better. I'm saying happier. Which society is happier? Very simple question. You don't need to cite anything for that.
So slavery, okay? Which society is better, right?
No,
I'm asking you an analogous question because the question is framed in a problematic way. You're using terms without reflecting on the meaning of the terms that are used.
I'm asking you a very simple question. Why don't you just answer the question? Which society is ultimately happier?
A society that doesn't have any hierarchy is what you're appealing to. A society where everyone is equal at the same level. This is the argument from Robert Nozick.
I haven't said that.
Huh?
I haven't said that.
Right.
I haven't made that point.
So do all societies have hierarchy? Is that inevitable?
They have hierarchies, of course.
Is a society with hierarchy better or happier, or a society without hierarchy? Which one's happier?
It depends. That wasn't the question. That's a completely different discussion.
Okay, you can say it depends, but I can't say it depends. Why can't you answer a simple question, Ridwan?
What?
Answer a simple question.
What question?
Is a society with hierarchy better or happier, or without hierarchy? Which society is happier?
I would say some hierarchies are necessary, which answers the question.
Okay, that answers my question as well. Some societies with hierarchy are better as well. Yeah.
That is not the question.
That means some people are under others. Hierarchy, for those who don't know what hierarchy means some people are below others. Some people are higher and some people are below. You just said that societies inevitably will have hierarchy.
Of course, but that's not slavery. This is like me asking, hey, do you think it's okay to be a slave? And then you say, well, you are a slave to computer games, which you find good. So what's the problem with that? This is the exact same thing. You're playing with words that have no relation to the topic at hand at all.
No, I'm taking a word that you use, a word that you're using, and that many use in a very unreflective, uneducated way, and I'm trying to bring some nuance and erudition to the concept. And I hope that your audience is interested in that. I think that I don't know if you have an educated audience. My audience is interested in facts and argumentation and reason. Muslims, Muslims are interested in reason and argumentation. So,
well, they don't really follow it. They're not the greatest example of it in the world.
I think they can judge based on this broadcast.
Okay, sure. So we haven't answered the simple question: which society is happier? The society that have.
You didn't answer it either. You didn't answer a simple question.
I did answer. It's like answering the question: do you think it's better to be a slave, or do you think it's better to be free? And then saying, well, I think it's okay to be a slave to computer games. That's basically what you did.
No, that's not what I said.
Slavery
is a fundamental component of every society.
I'm asking you a very
just like
question.
Hierarchy is a fundamental component of every society. The fundamental structure of slavery is found in our society and is experienced by the lowest classes of people. That exists, and it's much more dystopian in the current modern world than it was. Slaves in Muslim world were much better treated and had a much higher quality of life and were much happier than the average poor employee living in the slums of any of these modern nation states.
I concede. I agree that Western nations have a system, have a hierarchy, and I agree that you could possibly define people who work very hard as slaves, if you so want to. I'm asking the question again: do you think a society in which slavery, where people are completely dependent on the mercy of their masters and their owners, where they have to do what their owners say and they don't have the freedom to live their life as they wish, that society and a Western society, for example,
no, that's not the case in a Western society. Your question, the way you're framing it is not meaningful.
Okay, forget about Western society. A society where people have to work very hard to make a living, but where they can also freely choose their jobs and move to places, buy their own homes, go up and down in ladders, pursue a different education, choose jobs and homes, and move to different countries. Which society is happier?
That exists in Islamic society as well. You're creating a false dichotomy. You're creating a false dichotomy.
I didn't even give an example for that example. I'm just asking you a question. Which example is about a society?
You said the Western. You said Western, didn't you?
No, I just said I'm not saying the Western. I said it first, but I'm saying now I don't mean the West. I don't mean West. I'm just giving you an example. This society and that society. Which society is happier? Which society will
the society that doesn't have if people's quality of life is increased by what you mentioned, then yes, that's a happier society, but it's something that is fantasy.
Okay, fantastic. So the point has remained unanswered after 20 minutes or 10 minutes. Fantastic. At least I'm happy to know that Muslims are after truth.
No, I thought it was interesting that you said that slavery is justified historically. I was actually surprised that you said that. So, because most people will bring up, well, the Prophet Muhammad had slaves.
I'm honest. I don't know how much you have followed, but I'm saying everything as it is about Islam. I'm not here to lie. The truth is as problematic as it's.
But one thing that can we talk about this one point sure. Where you said that you mentioned the quality of life in the West and the progress that the West has made, and that shows how people are happier in the West today than they are in other places in the world. And you had said earlier that this is because of values, Western values, liberal values. Why is it the case that you have many countries in the world, such as in Eastern Europe, in South America, in parts of Africa, that have adopted these values? Because they're not Muslim, these are non-Muslim countries, but they suffer from poverty, from economic depression, despite the fact that they have these values of liberalism, freedom, and equality. How do you explain that? If it's just values, that results in progress and advancement, then what else?
I wouldn't think it's just values that do that. I would think values are a big part of that, and considering that Western society was built on these values. Although when Western society has pursued those values with the interruption of the Christian dominance and the Catholic Church, which was eventually opposed and defeated by the reforms, by Protestantism, and eventually by the Enlightenment. Western society has been built on these values and has existed with these values for 2,000 years.
2,000 years?
Of course, I would argue that Western society has come to the point that it has been successful.
I thought you were an atheist, not a Christian. You think the values of the West originated with Christianity 2,000 years ago?
No. I'm speaking of when we speak of Western values in history and in society, we're speaking of the Greek and the Roman origins of society. Western society was not unique in that. Western society was not one entity. Western society spread as an empire and forced other Western geographically Western societies to change and to adopt the Western values, which we nowadays call Western values. We base these Western values on old Greek philosophical ideas, on values of the Roman Empire, on later Christianity, and finally on Enlightenment values. This is what Western values are about. You could consider Christianity as part of that or not. I would personally say that Christianity is a part of that, but that Christianity is also, you don't have to credit Christianity for it, but it is part of it, yeah.
So then what about these other Christian countries, like I said, who have also been Christian for centuries, and they have had access to the Enlightenment values, but they are suffering economically? They haven't, in 100 years, over 100 years of having constitutions and democracies and freedom of speech and all of these values, they're still suffering and they haven't developed.
Which countries? Give me an example.
Look at any country in Eastern Europe. Look at Ukraine. Look at even, some would say, any country in South America, Central America.
Eastern European countries are not entirely based on Western values, which is why we don't group them. When we group cultural groups, we don't group them as the West. We group them as East or Eastern Europe. That's because they were partially separated, both at the beginning and also especially after the adoption of Christianity. These two cultures were separated by the schism of Christianity between West and East, and Western cultures, such as all the Central European cultures, Western European cultures, have stayed loyal, have been built upon much more on the ideas of old Greek philosophy and the Roman Empire than the Eastern part. The Eastern part has grown for at least 500 years separately than the Western.
How about Greece itself? How about Greece, the economically depressed country of Greece?
Greece itself.
Is that not based on ancient Greek values?
Greece has reached its independence from the imperialist Islamic Empire, which suppressed it only 100 years ago. How can you compare that?
100 years ago? So yeah. I'm just trying to understand, like, where these values that are so magical, that bring progress and development. So many of these countries that I'm bringing you as an example, and you always have an excuse like, oh, it was Orthodox Christianity doesn't lead to success and progress that's found in Eastern Europe. Only Catholicism and Protestantism is Western values. No,
that's
but
not the West. The West is the West. The West is not the East. The West is the West.
Yeah. So why? What's the success of the West based on? And you're saying that it's Greek philosophy, Western Christianity, and Catholicism and Protestantism, and Enlightenment values. Like, these three things that have very little to do with each other and come from completely different time periods and historical context, somehow magically is a secret formula that brings progress. So that means the rest of the world that didn't have Christianity for 2,000 years and didn't have the influence of the church, then they can't ever have the success of the West. Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I said, no. That's absolutely
well, that's why I asked you. What do you attribute that success to? And you're mentioning 2,000 years of Christianity. So what's the magic formula?
I'm saying that Western values have made the West better, have made the West great. In fact, I would say that Enlightenment values, which only happened within the last few centuries, are largely responsible for how the West has developed since then. And even before that, the separation of Western countries into a unity of Christian nations, but separated into nation states, also built on very old, very ancient philosophical ideas, have helped the West develop in a very great way. But Enlightenment values have definitely made the West much better than it is. But I don't understand the point. The question here was to compare Western liberalism to Islamic society, whereas Western liberalism is something that has a history of like 200, 300 years, and Islamic society
you're saying,
right there. That was the comparison. I don't understand.
The comparison is that you're saying that I'm asking you, what is the success of the West based on? And you just waffle. First you say that it's 2,000 years of Christian history, then ancient Greece. Now you're saying liberal values. So liberal values exist and have existed in the global South, within these developing countries for generations, right? Because partly because they were colonized, so they were forced to adopt those kinds of values in South America, Eastern Europe, Africa, and a lot of Asia. So those values were imposed, and they're still, after many generations, over 100 years, they haven't seen the kind of development and quality of life that the West enjoys. So your explanation that it's the values that leads to prosperity is fundamentally undermined by that reality. If you want to say that, okay, fine, it's not just liberal values, there's also Christianity, the history of the Catholic Church, that also leads to progress that the West developed under, then that means the rest of the world can never achieve development and that quality of life because they don't have 2,000 years of Christian history. So does the West have a responsibility to allocate resources to all of these other developing countries, all of these people who don't have the privilege of a 2,000-year Christian history? Should the West continue to dominate them and have this kind of force? Here, answer this question: Is this world better? A world where the West is in a position of complete dominance? Is that a happier world, or a world where the West redistributes all of its wealth to everyone else and raises the quality of life of everyone to an equal level across the globe through forced redistribution? Which one is a happier world? Can you answer that question?
I don't know. That's a very different scenario that I.
It's a simple question. Just answer the simple question. Which one's happier? Which one's happier?
How is it a simple question?
Which one's No, it's simple. Happier. The West having all the resources, or 90% of the wealth of the world in the hands of the West, and everyone else having to deal with the scraps and the crumbs of the West. Is that a happier world, or a world where everything is distributed equally over all countries for all people? Which one's a happier world?
I don't know. Maybe it would be.
Oh, you don't know now. Oh, okay.
I don't know. Maybe it would be if the West distributes everything equally to the rest of the world. Maybe it would be if the West dominates and the others just follow suit.
Oh, so domination can lead to a better, happier result. I thought you were a utilitarian.
No, that's not what I mean by that. What I mean, I don't understand what that has to do with our discussion, with our.
It's point. Okay. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
I know. I seriously don't understand how this has to do with what this has to do with the point. I don't get it.
Yes, you're saying that
your question was what makes liberal Western society better, and why are other cultures not as good as Western society? And then you started talking about how, according to my thought, because I agree that Western society is happy, I must also logically argue that other cultures which don't follow the ideals of Western society can't be equally happy, which is not true, because I said the opposite at the very beginning. I gave Japan as an example. Japan might be, to certain extents, under the influence of a Western worldview due to what happened after the Second World War, but it is far off Western culture and the Western idea of liberalism and the Western idea of religion and tradition. I don't.
Yeah, I know. It was a fascist empire. The Japanese history. Japan was a fascist empire. They lost in World War II. Empire. Yeah, they're racist. So they had all that progress that you're now citing as an example from fascism and racism. So why aren't those values being adopted by the rest of the world? Why should liberal values, if progress, you're citing Japan and the West, if that's the ultimate goal, then why shouldn't fascism and racism be adopted as opposed to this liberal enlightenment thought? I'm just trying to draw out the implications of the answers that you're giving. That's all my questions are based on.
I see. We're going into a completely different line of thoughts here, but I don't think Japan is a very good comparison to this whole issue, because Japan is the whole philosophy, the whole idea behind the nation of Japan is that Japan is a glorious nation which was divinely created by the gods, and that the Japanese people are the superior, the divine kind on earth, which deserve to eventually rule over the rest of the world. That was the entire idea of Japan. The problem with comparing Japan to cultures like Europe, for example, is that Japan wasn't in constant interaction with other races and other cultures. Japan was among each other and had a system among each other. Japan started booming, especially after the Second World War, after their system was defeated and crushed, and they have started adopting a more Western style of living, and and focused on getting rid of tradition and focusing on simple productivism. So
yeah, that Western system was opposed because the U.S. took over their government and their economy after World War II.
It was imposed. It's just true. Yeah, it was imposed.
Yeah, so their progress and their quality of life reached the level it did before World War II because of values that are very different than liberalism. That's the only point I was making. So it's not liberalism that's leading to progress.
Well, the U.S. even imposed values on them 100 years or at least half a century before the Second World War. So we could argue about that forever, but I'm not here to argue that this is the thing. You might have argued with other people that they argue against imposing Islam on other societies and dominating other cultures, but they might be falling into a hypocrisy because they themselves believe that values should be imposed on other cultures. I don't believe that. I don't believe that we should be imposing liberalism or we should be imposing our own values on different cultures. That's not what I believe at all. I don't think that Brunei or that Saudi Arabia or that other cultures should be forced invaded and forced to change their system if they are oppressive. I believe that Brunei, for example, can be forced by cutting off relationships and cutting off trade with them and saying, hey, if you want to communicate with us and trade with us, then you have to abide by basic human rights that we have established. If you don't abide by these, then we have nothing to do with you. And that I don't think is considered forcing. But I don't personally believe that we should be forcing liberalism or any ideas of freedom on other cultures. That's not what I believe in at all.
Well, I mean, this is the contradiction, right? This is the contradiction that you're singing the praises of the advanced West that has living a wonderful quality of life, but that quality of life came about through brutal imperialism, brutal colonization, brutal genocide, stealing the resources. That's how you get the West with 90% of the resources of the entire world. It's through coercion, through force, through rape and genocide. And now you're sitting and praising this civilization, but then sitting back with this mealy-mouthed kind of excuse. I don't agree with imposing values. That's completely inconsistent.
No, I believe that the West is in liberalism and Enlightenment ideas. The West has found a great system, which is based on the whole idea of finding out what is true and guaranteeing human happiness by certain means, like slowly making progress. That's actually a core idea of liberalism, which we should have talked about long ago. The core idea of liberalism is that we should slowly make gradual progress, which is why people have different ideas 200 years ago and different ideas now. That is what we're pursuing, and it goes very well. I'm sorry, it is going much better than any system in the world so far. Yeah,
it's amazing. It's a miracle. Like it's such an amazing system that it's led to unprecedented amounts of wealth and dominance. Yeah, it's such an amazing system. Yeah. But it's like such an amazing system that other countries in the world that adopt the system, for some reason, aren't able to achieve progress, aren't able to achieve the same quality of life. What a mystery. Why is that? Why aren't these values, this magical formula of Enlightenment values, why isn't Mexico? Why isn't Brazil? Why aren't these other countries, Argentina, Ukraine, all of these countries around the world who are liberal and have the same kinds of values, experiencing the same progress and enlightenment and enrichment of quality of life that these Western countries are experiencing? It's such a big mystery. It's just one of those questions that we'll never know. We'll never know the answer.
Number one, I have never, ever, throughout this entire conversation, I've never said that it is liberalism alone that uplifts cultures and that this is the reason the Western cultures are better.
You just said progress. You said progress that is gradually leading to betterment of society. That's exactly what you just said.
No, I'm saying this is the philosophy. I'm not saying this happens everywhere, and I'm not saying that Western society owes all its success to liberalism. That's not what I'm saying. Not to liberalism alone. That is, I've never argued that, and I've never said that all Western countries are making progress. I'm saying that the idea behind liberalism is to make gradual progress for human happiness, and that this is a great system which has worked in many societies, in many Western cultures, and is also working very well in many other cultures, like in Turkey, for example, which is compared to the Middle Eastern neighbors, which don't adhere to the idea of secular liberalism, doing very well. Excuse me. If you want to give examples of South America and Eastern Europe, those are also coincidentally doing much better than the Islamic world, which is suffering and constantly blaming all its failures on the West. And everybody is constantly witnessing how the Islamic world is crying about how it is all the West's fault that we are suffering so much, which is very ironic because we have just given the example of Japan.
Those stupid Muslims.
We have just given the example of Japan, which was completely flattened in the Second World War and is currently booming and among the best countries to live in the world. So it's really strange to make such correlations and such accusations. So we're not really getting anywhere with this. But if you want to stay on this point, you're not winning.
No. Let me just make a point about apostasy, just to wrap it up.
Sure. Why should I be punished? You will go again into how that serves the.
No, this is not. I mean, this is because all of the previous arguments were based on kinship and family relations and building stable families. But when it comes to apostasy, it's based on similarity and similarity between people. So shared values, like being the same religion, because historically Islam was not based on race. Islam did not have ethnic and racial conflict like you'd see in other empires, like the Roman Empire and so forth, because it wasn't racial or ethnic. It was on the basis of similar religion. So this is a source of order and cohesion as well. And those who basically leave the religion, they pose a major threat to that social order and that social cohesion. And this is a very violent act to leave the religion, because all of society is based, that cohesion and order, there's not a top-down structure that is imposing like you see in the West. And in the modern nation state, you have society that has this logic of cohesion because of shared similarity in religion. We have the same values, and all of these like family structure, family relations, social structure, communal structure, and so forth at every level depends on a shared religious belief. So if someone opts out of that, it threatens that order. And so there is a clear harm to people in life. Obviously, we can talk about the afterlife and the harm that's caused by someone leaving Islam, but we're just making points that a non-Muslim would agree with. There is tangible harm to society when you have defectors, and every society punishes defectors, often with death. And liberal society is no different. Modern liberal society is no different in punishing defectors. And we see this to this day, but definitely throughout the colonial period, that the liberal colonizers, when they take over certain territories, they punish with death, with imprisonment, anyone who speaks out against the liberal secular order and the colonial powers. We saw this throughout North Africa, in the subcontinent. Millions of Muslims were killed because of their opposition, their ideological opposition to liberalism. Okay, so they defected from the colonial power. The liberal powers justified that, look, we are trying to maintain our power, therefore we have to kill these defectors, because if Muslims start speaking against us, the colonizer, then they're going to, we're the minority, they're going to band together and they're going to overthrow us, they're going to fight jihad against us and expel us. So we cannot allow any dissension and defection. We have to punish things like disrespect to the French symbols or the British symbols, disrespect to British values or French values or Dutch values. We have to punish that very severely, and liberal thinkers justified that, and they said that, such figures like John Stuart Mill, that the savages, you have to limit their freedom of speech. You have to limit them because you're trying to civilize them. You're trying to bring them to a state of civilization, so you have to limit their speech very severely in order to do that. Then once the liberal order is established, then suddenly, and there's no threat to the liberal order, then suddenly you're tolerant of free speech. When I, for example, speak against the US government, like someone might say, no one in a secular country is killed for denouncing the government. No one is killed in the West for denouncing Donald Trump or any of these regimes or presidents. See how much freedom of speech we have? See how much tolerance we have? Well, this is like comparing apples and oranges, because you can't really compare that to apostasy. In these Western states, Donald Trump is not threatened if I call him an idiot. If Donald Trump and the U.S. regime is not threatened by me speaking out against them. If I were to reach a position and more people were thinking about going against the government, then the government would crack down. Then suddenly free speech is no longer allowed. So it's very convenient of the West and of liberal regimes that when their power is not secure, they do not allow free speech. In fact, they kill people, they kill defectors, and then once they've entrenched power, then they'll allow things that don't actually threaten their power. Whereas in Islam, apostasy is a major threat to the individual's happiness, his family's happiness, his community's happiness. So there is a practical benefit to deterring it, and you deter it with severe punishment and capital punishment. So that's the argument.
I would say that doesn't answer a single question. I appreciate the points you've made, but I don't think it answers a question. I think it is very similar to how many modern Muslims attempt to justify apostasy by bringing up treason in the West, for example, or treason in other cultures, for example, where you reveal the secrets of the state, and then the state wants to go after you.
It's a different argument.
No, I understand it is different, but I think it is very similar, because I don't think any example that you have given actually justifies or is actually similar to the system of apostasy in Islam in any way. Even if you consider that these that an Islamic society and the Western society are fundamentally different. In the West, no one is being persecuted, no one is being prosecuted, because they have endangered the society and endangered the foundations of society through speech that is unacceptable.
You think the civil rights leaders were not cracked down on, imprisoned and killed, assassinated?
Of course they were.
In a secular country? Why was Martin Luther King assassinated? Why were these figures assassinated in the West?
I don't understand how that is
for their beliefs, their belief in racial equality. Why were they assassinated?
I don't understand how that's a good comparison, because you would argue that people like Martin Luther King argued for the foundations, argued for the progress of liberalism. So the authorities of the liberal
they were defectors from the status quo, right?
Of course, but that's a very different example. I mean, you are comparing people who argue for better rights, for equality, which is, by the way, a value of liberalism. Martin Luther King and people like him were part of this movement, of the civil rights movement, because of liberalism, because they argued for better liberal values. And the authorities that opposed them, and the people that opposed them, and the people that eventually conceded, were the gatekeepers of old liberalism, which eventually changed into the better version of liberalism. That's the entire point of liberalism, to gradually make social progress. If you can't compare that to leaving Islam in an Islamic society, because number one, in a liberal society, if you want to protest and you want to make social progress, you're wanting to change society for the better. You are comparing that to Islam. In Islamic society, you cannot make society better. It's not possible. You leave Islam. You are no longer a Muslim. You're not arguing for anything or against anything. The only thing you're doing is to say, hey, I do not believe in Islam anymore, and that's your crime, and you are killed for that. Now, of course, we can go into how you are given 3 days and you are given the chance to repent, and you don't have to be public about it. You can keep it to yourself. But what is clear is clear. What happens is, I leave Islam because I just don't believe in it anymore. I'm not a hypocrite. Why would I pretend to be a Muslim when I don't believe in it anymore? This is a phenomenon that is happening all over the Muslim world. And just because I don't believe in it anymore, and I explain why I don't believe in it anymore, and I'm not convinced by the authorities that give me 3 days to repent, I'm suddenly sentenced to death. I haven't done anything. I haven't challenged anything. I haven't tried to change anything. I haven't tried to
no, you have.
You
have changed a lot. Slowly. You've changed a lot. You've defected from your family, from your wider community, from your society. That has a huge effect. Like, wait, your parents are still Muslim?
Sorry?
Are your parents still Muslim?
Yes, they are.
So you're telling me that they weren't affected by you leaving Islam?
Of course they were.
So your whole family
is severely harmed.
Yeah, so that's a big harm to them, to their quality of life.
Muslims, because they are told to shun me. How is that?
No, but the point is simply that there is harm caused. The harm has a ripple effect that affects all of society if people start defecting. And like I said, it's universal. All societies have punishments to deter defection, and liberal society is no different. And that's why I bring the example of the civil rights movement. When you have these muscular, defection ideologically is less of a problem when you have a muscular surveillance state, because that state is going to impose technologically, coerce, and force you into compliance. So there's a higher bar because of that state that creates all of these other problems that we already discussed. But when you have an organic social order and you don't have the nation state, then defection becomes much more serious in disrupting and causing massive amounts of harm, violence, and damage to those societies. So those societies have to have very harsh penalties for defection. And even within the muscular state, technocratic state, defection is still punished when it gets to a certain level that it does threaten the order. That's what happened with the civil rights movement. It became a movement, and you had a 1 million man march. You had people who were actually becoming a serious threat. Then the assassination started happening. The brutality started happening. That's free speech according to liberalism.
You know what I think? I think we should have gone into this whole apostasy topic much earlier, maybe at the beginning of the conversation, because I think this whole topic is where you're not winning anybody over, and you're even losing people. And so I think we should have gone into this much earlier. So we are comparing a system where Islam wants to establish its authority and its dominance and its survival, and in order to and the argument you are making, which I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think your approach to justifying Islam and Islamic law is a very unorthodox approach, because I would expect a traditionalist Muslim to not use scientific means or certain means where you explain how logically punishing apostasy is good for society, but rather the Islamic way for arguing for that would be just to say, well, this is what Islam demands. What Islam demands is right, or what Allah demands is right. Because what it looks like to me is... Sorry?
That's what you expected our conversation to be? That I would just say whatever Islam says is right, and that's it?
It's not what I expected our conversation to be. I think when people who defend Islam resort to using certain ideas in order to justify why their Islamic laws make sense, rather than sticking to the Islamic fundamental sources, which don't actually give us any reasons why apostasy is wrong, I would think that that's an unorthodox of arguing for Islam, and which I think even many Islamic scholars have criticized and shunned.
No. When you look at
apologetics in Islam, which is considered deviant by many traditionalist Muslim scholars.
When you look at Islamic history and Islamic scholarship, when they would write about different rulings within Islam, they would write about the wisdoms, the hikmah of different rulings, and they would appeal to a wide variety of arguments. And they did this on the basis that Islam is a rationally coherent religion, and that someone who is a non-Muslim can come to see the wisdom and the beauty of Islam by reflection and thinking deeply and thinking clearly. this was a fundamental belief throughout Muslim history from the very beginning, that aql, reason, is a core value within Islam. And when you read the Quran, Allah, the Creator, is constantly appealing to human reason. Like, do they not reflect? Do they not think? Do they not ponder? And so Muslims scholarship has never been opposed to bringing in different arguments and different reasons to try to justify and appeal to non-Muslims, because we would go nowhere if I just said that Islam is right, just accept it as right. That's not an argument, right? I have to bring reasons that you would accept, and that's why I talk about science. I bring in philosophy, anthropology. I try to bring these things in because you can look them up for yourself, you can reflect, and so forth.
Okay. To finalize this point, I think we should be wrapping up soon. We haven't clarified apostasy fully, so you have basically justified how apostasy serves for the preservation of Islamic society, and how defecting from Islamic society harms people, harms relationships, harms the relationship between me and my parents, for example. You have given examples of how in Western society thought that goes strictly against the system has been punished in history, although we don't see that opposing. I mean, for example, you argue for very strict Islamic points and an Islamic government, Islamic traditionalism, whereas you live in America. That should be by that logic, that should be the most opposing, the most problematic opinion, the most problematic political position that you can have. Yet you are not in any trouble, and you will most likely not ever be in any trouble throughout the rest of your life. Although you are in America, which is a liberal society, and you argue completely against it and completely for Islamic law, which nobody wants and nobody likes, and society is ruled by the majority of what society wants. So I still don't get how you could possibly give these examples or go out of these examples and justify why Islam would impose people to forcibly stay loyal to its system, even when people don't want to stay loyal, even when people want to go out of it. How is that justified? How would God want that? How is that good for society?
I mean, I'd just be reiterating the points. Like, so Islam has reasons for its values and the laws and the punishments and all of Islamic ethics, and the claim is that that system is going to maximize human happiness. Like, you make this argument, and I've cited all kinds of reasons and studies. So on that basis that it does that, anything that will undermine that system of family, that system of community, if you start saying that, no, Islam's teaching on sexuality is actually false, and we have to start practicing adultery and fornication and homosexuality. If someone comes and does that, that causes, massive amounts of damage and harm, because of families start breaking down, right? Families start breaking down. It causes conflict.
Let's come to converting to Christianity, for example. Someone wants to, or an entire family wants to convert to Christianity from Islam, or wants to convert to Buddhism from Islam, for example. They're not advocating for sexual perversion or deviance or anything like that. They simply want to convert to Christianity and live a peaceful life, or convert to Buddhism and live a very peaceful life. What is wrong with that?
Well, there's many other aspects to social cohesion that we haven't really talked about. So one part of social cohesion is similarity in dress, similarity in practice, like coming to a central place of worship and bowing together in the same ritual actually has a great deal of effect on people's willingness to be altruistic, to help each other, to support each other, to not harm each other. That practice by itself, which is a part of Islam, like congregational prayer. So all of society doing that, dressing in a certain way, speaking in a certain way, your language, right? The language that you use to communicate. Like Muslims, even though they speak all the languages of the world, we have shared vocabulary in Arabic, because Arabic is the language of revelation. So that creates bonds and a type of connection and unity that makes the Muslim community strong, and it protects the Muslim community from external threats because you have this kind of in-group sense of loyalty, and that protects that community and that society from external threats. If someone within that community starts saying, no, I'm not Muslim anymore, it disrupts all of that cohesion, and it also makes the group less unified. There's less in-group unity, and that makes it more vulnerable to existential threats from the outside. So these are all practical reasons that I'm giving you.
But why would practical reasons matter to the end goal of Islam and to the end goal of Islam as a religious system? That was
because that's what I said. Like,
the question that I asked earlier.
Human happiness and living a good life, a beautiful life, is part of Islam. That's something that's an end. Like, if you want to talk about maqasid al-Sharia, the aims of the Sharia, this is happiness and living a fulfilled life in the most complete sense is an aim of the Sharia. But how does that come about? It comes about through these kinds of divine guidance from the creator of human beings, who knows and has the knowledge for what kinds of practices actually are best for society, as opposed to the limited and finite human mind, which can speculate and often be very, very wrong. I'll give you another example about like gender mixing, for example. Look at the Me Too movement. The Me Too movement, where all of these women are saying that we are tired of being sexually harassed. We are tired of being having to kiss up and do these kinds of sexual flirtatious behavior so that we can move up the ladder. And this is, we have to believe all women, and we have to completely reform the corporate culture. But Jordan Peterson actually made a very good point. And I'm not a fan of Jordan Peterson. I think he has some, he's not the best representative of what I'm trying to argue, but he made an interesting point. He said that men and women working together in a corporate environment is something very new. It's something that we've only seen in human history for the past 50 or 60 years. And is it the case that this is actually something that could work? We don't really know that because it's only been 50 years of history, and that's nothing in the time span of human existence. And it might be the case, this is what Jordan Peterson said in an interview, it might be the case that women and men can't actually work together in an environment without that collapsing into a dysfunctional situation. Why? Because of human nature. And the way that human beings are with attraction and sexuality and so forth. So Jordan Peterson makes this argument. I think it's a very interesting point that human beings in the 60s, in the sexual revolution, couldn't have anticipated the kind of problems that would arise in a generation or 2 generations' time. The human mind is finite and could not conceivably calculate and determine. But that's why divine guidance is necessary.
It was also argued decades or centuries ago that two people of different races cannot live together. That was actually a very dominant and very notorious thought that we have from history, where it was often argued that it is simply not healthy for black people and white people to live together in the same place, or for people of different religions to live in the same environment. All of these have been proven wrong. These are simply ideas that people are confronted with, and worries that people have, and where through I'm going to use the word again, utilitarian thinking and utilitarian means, we figure out how to live and how to deal with these problems and eventually learn to function. I mean, it would be a strange example to give the Me Too movement for how men are unable to respect women that work with them and then to harass them, considering that in an Islamic society we would just be left with a society where women have to be subjugated by men and have sex with them whenever the man wants to, even if the woman doesn't want to. So
I mean, you're bringing up, we can talk about women's rights, but it's going to take too long. So these these jabs are really not fair.
We're giving practical reasons why Islam should be preserved and why it works. I think we will not have a proper answer to the question why Islam is concerned with forcibly and brutally preserving the means through which it claims to bring about human happiness, which I don't think is a fundamental part of Islam's teachings. But why this matters, why this is your method of justification, of justifying Islamic law, and why Allah would care so much, why it would matter for humans to make sure that people follow Islam strictly, and that we enforce Islamic laws upon society strictly. And if people eventually deviate from Islam, unless we strictly force them to stay with Islam, and unless we punish them with very harsh laws, this just shows to me that Islam on its own is not strong enough in its idea and its ideology, and which is why it must be imposed and enforced on people. And I think one supporting evidence of that is that people are increasingly becoming less religious and less Islamic in our time.
I mean, the world that we live in today is based on complete coercion and force. There's an interesting quote from a Yale legal scholar, and he says that every law is an opportunity for violence. Every law that is legislated is an opportunity for violence. Why? Because if someone violates the law, like give the parking ticket example. If you get a parking ticket, you don't pay it, then the government can put a lien on your house, foreclose your house, and kick you out. If you refuse to leave your property, the sheriff can come and arrest you. If you refuse arrest, then he is licensed to shoot you and kill you, to use deadly force. And so every law has this threat of deadly force. And Western countries have the most laws of any civilization in history. Like, you could, even if you spent your whole life trying to study Western law, you couldn't cover every subfield of the legal system. So this is constant control and imposition and violence. And this is why you can have people who are completely different in their religion who are able to live peacefully with each other, because the state is controlling everything and making sure that violence doesn't erupt. But if you don't have that Leviathan state, that kind of imposition dictating every moment of your life, surveilling every moment of your life as currently exists in the West and in the world as a whole, then what other kinds of ways can you maintain social order? And in those circumstances, having similarity in religious belief is very important for maintaining that.
Well, I would argue that comparing the Western system, for example, to the Islamic system in this regard wouldn't be useful enough, because the question is why Islam needs to enforce its laws through humans upon society in order to preserve Islam, when Islam is supposed to be such a perfect system, which humans seemingly don't really want to
Sadly,
follow.
People are irrational, my friend. People are irrational. Are you denying that? People can be irrational, right? So then if in the West, okay, laws are imposed, for example, lockdown was imposed for COVID. It doesn't matter if you believe that COVID is deadly. It doesn't matter if you believe that this is a highly infectious, deadly disease or not. You have to lock down. And you can't leave your house. You can't step foot in your house. You can't take your kids to the playground. Otherwise, an armed police officer is going to come and threaten you to get back in your house. Okay, regardless of whether you believe it or not. So why is that the case? Why is a police officer necessary? Why do we have some cities where there are military tanks going down the street to keep people locked down? Why? Aren't people rational? Science is so clear and obvious, right?
Isn't your entire point? I mean, your entire defense of Islam as a just system would be that it comes down from a divine perspective, and it tells us the truth. It tells us how to perfectly live a life. If we are left without Islam, we are left to systems where humans drive their own laws and make their own laws, drive their own systems. If we are left to liberalism, where the entire idea consists of maximizing human happiness through equality and freedom, we are left to humans making their own laws. Yes, when we look at history, we see that every law outside of Islam, every law together, every culture, every legal system together with Islam has always worked toward more progress. People have been left to their own discretion. People have been left with their own laws, and what we have today is we have the means to get from this place to that place within 2 hours, whereas that was like 15 hours in the past. We have computers, we have phones, we have science, we are healing each other, we are helping each other, people are donating, people are doing great things. So some people may be irrational, we may be doing irrational things for our own ego. But if you look at humanity as a whole, you see that people are essentially always after their own good, and the clear evidence for that is simply undeniable. If you look at how much progress people have made, and how much people value virtue, how much they want to appear virtuous, how much they want to be virtuous, how much they value help and donating and all that. Even if they're not always loyal to that, that's what they aspire to. Even if they're not always even if they don't always have the energy for progress, they aspire to make more progress. People are irrational, of course, but people are also very smart and essentially eventually decide what is best for them. And this is the entire idea of liberalism and of utilitarianism. And I think if you look at history, this is what we are getting at.
Yeah, so progressivism is something that we should very critically examine, and there are many philosophers who have critically examined progressivism, and they will question the idea that technological advancement and creating this consumerist, capitalist, technocratic society is actually leading to human happiness. And many of them will disagree. They think that, and they argue that technology it creates enslavement. Technology creates a kind of subservience and a dependence, a consumerist dependence that destroys the kinds of human bonds that humans were meant to live naturally, organically. When we introduce certain technologies, there's always a human cost to that. Like, let's put aside the question of whether this technological development would have been possible without imperialism and basically sucking up the world's wealth that the West did. Let's put that issue aside. But even technology itself, does it improve the quality of human life? I'm not convinced. I'm a big skeptic of that, but I don't want to belabor the point.
Yeah, I would say that if you look at the consensus, I would severely disagree that the progress that we are making is eventually harmful. I keep confusing these two words during this conversation for some reason, but I would definitely agree that the progress that we are making is eventually good for us. I would say that we are making a lot of progress that is probably not good. I would be a proponent of the idea that we should be making progress carefully, which is also, as said, the core idea of liberalism. We should be gradually looking for what is best and making progress accordingly. Eventually, people will figure out what is best for them.
Have you heard about transhumanism?
Excuse me?
Have you heard of transhumanism?
You mean to acquire a different nature and to change our nature with the means of technology and?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like
I have. Yeah. I think it has. I think it carries. I think there are some great ideas to it. Sure.
Yeah. So transhumanism means that you're using technology you can change anything. Right? If you could upload the human mind to a computer technologically, and then we just live in a kind of matrix or virtual reality, or perhaps using drugs, we can induce a constant state of euphoria that humans just enjoy. This dopamine drip, essentially, through the use of narcotics or drugs or whatever. So the promise of progress and technology fundamentally is going to annihilate human beings, because at that point you're no longer a human. You're a brain in a vat, or you're just a kind of electronic signature within a network. So this kind of progressivism is going to lead to the destruction of the human race as we know it. And a lot of people are not
Why does that matter to you?
Because I'm a human being.
But you are working toward just submitting to Allah and going to heaven. What does it matter to you?
Yeah, that Islam is an affirmation of life Islam is an affirmation of natural human living, whereas your progressivism and technologism is going to lead to the annihilation of the human race and brains in a vat, a matrix type situation. That's your future.
But the thing is, you're presenting this fatalistic perspective of what humans eventually will become.
It's not me. Many philosophers. Transhumanism. It's an entire field.
It doesn't matter to you. You already have a fatalistic belief of the world. You believe that humans will eventually that humanity will eventually be destroyed and resurrected, and then go to heaven or hell forever. So I don't understand why it matters to you what eventually happens to humankind if they go on with technology.
Okay, well, technology, like, what is technology? What makes technology good is because it increases pleasure, right? You're a utilitarian. And pleasure is something physical. It's something that can be induced in the brain physiologically. So what if we create this perfect utilitarian utopia where we plug everyone's brain into this kind of dopamine drip, just like a matrix type situation, and you're living there's no more pain, there's no more sadness, there's no more harm because you're just in a vat and you're living this virtual reality. Isn't this a utilitarian utopia? Because you've maximized pleasure. Why? Pleasure has been maximized.
No, you know what? I care a lot about transhumanism, and I believe that I always think I would love to live for a few centuries just to see what humans will do with this technology, because I would love to see that humans will one day be able to preserve a brain for forever, as long as they have the means to do that, and that they will assume different bodies, that they will assume a different nature, that they will become much faster in progress, that they will discover different planets and all that stuff. But we can talk about that forever. I love the idea of what transhumanism could do. And I think that it could do a lot of bad things, but it could do a lot of great things. I just don't understand how this would be relevant to Islam in any way, because if it was left to Islam, we would all be just living an Islamic life and never getting to this stage anyway. You could make the first step and stop using technology, for example, if you believe that it would essentially lead to a point that is undesirable to you.
No, I mean,
you won't do that because you are utilitarian too, just like me, just like humanity.
No, I'm not a utilitarian. I'm just using that kind of argumentation because that's what you agree with. And I'm showing how, like, vacuous the idea of pleasure, like, why should a physical pleasure be considered good? Like, good is a moral term. It's a normative term, whereas pleasure is something physical. So there is a naturalistic fallacy that say that whatever is pleasurable is necessarily good. There's a kind of this is a philosophical issue that maybe you're familiar with, but when it comes to maximizing pleasure, I just gave a scenario because I think there's a lot of human happiness that comes outside of physical pleasure. The happiness of, like, holding your daughter or your son, the happiness of having your wife committed to you, the happiness of sacrificing yourself for a higher ideal. These are non-physical things, but they are intrinsically human. These are things that are inherently what we have the instincts to do for each other in society. And progressivism and this kind of consumerist technologism is taking us away from that life and that existence. And it's because of the logic of utilitarianism, that as long as you have this physical pleasure as an individual and you're trying to constantly maximize that pleasure in your brain, the dopamine rush, then you can just introduce all kinds of technology until a point where things are so advanced that you're literally just a brain in a vat.
Of course, but as said, I am always for progress and always for careful progress and progress made in a reasonable way. I would definitely not describe myself as a progressive, for example, which progressive today carries connotations that basically go toward making the kind of progress that a far left in America represents, which I'm totally against. But we're very far off topic. We can talk about philosophy, about the future of humankind forever. I still don't understand how it matters to you, to Islam, to Allah, and all that. But I guess we would have to go into a whole debate, whole discussion on whether the Islamic belief makes sense or not, whether it is it is philosophically logical, if it is conclusive or not. I would love to have such a debate, but I believe that today is proof that we would have to have a moderated debate with time limits. But yeah. I wanted to go.
I mean, that I gave you like a fundamental structure for the argument that I would make. Like, why is Islam true? Like, just these wisdoms for a non-Muslim, like reflecting on these wisdoms, looking at.
I don't think we have gone into the logical aspect of. I mean, you can go into why the legal system of Islam makes sense, but.
But it's significant because let me explain like my phenomenology or what I experienced, because I came from a liberal background. I came from a liberal secular background, and maybe we can end with this. But these ideas were foreign to me because I hadn't studied it. My parents hadn't introduced these aspects of Islamic law to me. And it was only through learning about them first and foremost, and then reflecting on them, diving deeper into the philosophy of liberalism, diving deeper into the wisdom of Islamic law in all of its detail, without sugarcoating, without apology. And then I was surprised. I was very surprised by the deep wisdom that is found within Islamic law that I was completely ignorant of. And so this gave more credence to the claim that this is from a divine source. This is from a divine source because the entire world, unfortunately, is following this kind of liberal ideology, and that's why Islam seems so strange and Islamic law seems so foreign, because everyone has been taken in by this common sense of the status quo that is constantly changing in this global Western hegemony. But Islam stands out and is distinct from that, and that in itself, the surprising difference between Islam and this hegemony is itself evidence and proof for a divine source, that this is from revelation. It's something that is beyond a human being to rationalize and construct as a system. So this is like one of the evidences, I think one of the strongest evidence for the truth of Islam, and it's what gives me faith. And I invite all of the viewers, if you're Muslim, strengthen your faith, be confident about Islam, do not apologize, do not sugarcoat. Islam is the truth. For non-Muslims, look into Islam. I invite you to become Muslim. I invite you to accept Islam. Do not stay away from Islam. Come to Islam, and it leads to a beautiful life. It might not make sense at first, but look more closely, think more deeply, and inshallah, Allah will guide you, and the truth will become manifest to you.
Thank you. I would say I would like to quickly summarize what I think about that, what my conclusion is, just because it is so much fun, and because I think it would be, I think your friends would benefit from it very much too. But the thing is, my problem with Muslims and Muslim apologists is that I have probably never encountered a Muslim apologist who is ready to explain Islam and logically explain Islam, who actually believes in Islam and believes in Allah, just because the idea of Allah itself, or because the idea of Islam itself makes so much sense and is completely explainable. My impression of why you came to believe in Islam is that you concluded that Islam's philosophy and Islam's moral and political system is the only system that addresses things correctly in the world, which to you is proof that Islam is real and that Allah is the true God and that Muhammad is his messenger. So your conclusion is actually that the philosophy and the politics and the morals make sense, which is why it's real.
I mean, that's one reason. There's others as well.
Okay, sure. I would say I mean, my journey was that I grew up with as a secular, non-practicing Muslim. The only thing that I knew was that I should believe in Allah, respect Allah, and practice Islam. I was quite respectful. I wasn't as disrespectful as non-practicing Muslims usually are. At some point, I ended up strongly believing in Islam, and strictly following Islam and preaching Islam to others. Praying day and night, studying and enhancing my knowledge on it day and night. But I have simply come to certain conclusions, and one of them is definitely, I think, a very strong conclusion, which also would conclude, I apologize to my dear Christian friends and viewers here, which would also conclude why I don't think God exists at all. And that is the idea that if God exists, and if Allah asks me in the Quran itself to think and to use my mind and to use reason, then it would be inconsistent and incoherent with that thought that Allah would eventually send me to a place for eternity where I would burn and torture and be tortured forever, simply because I am an ignorant human. Because the thought is, of course, Allah is supposed to have given me free will after He created me, so that I can find the truth, so that I can choose right and wrong. And if I choose the truth, then I go to heaven. And if I choose the wrong thing, then I will go to hell forever. But the issue with all that is that it was Allah Himself who created me in the very beginning, who made my mind, who built my mind, and who is essentially responsible for how my mind works. If I am ignorant in life, and if I therefore conclude that I cannot believe in Islam, and if nothing convinces me that Islam is true, and I die in that state and go to hell, then that is not entirely my fault. It is the fault of my nature. If I build something in a way that it doesn't work the way I intended to work, then I take responsibility for that, not the tool itself which I created. Moreover, Allah knew long before He created me where I would eventually go. If He did go ahead and create me, knowing that I would use my free will and go to hell, then that means Allah did create me with the foreknowledge that I would simply serve as a suffering and sensible human to be tortured and suffer forever. If that is the definition of a true God, and if that is the definition of the true Allah, then I don't think that really that is good. I don't think that's good from a human moral point of view, and I don't think that's good from the point of view of the Quran itself. And that was one of the main crucial conclusions I came to, which made me decide that I can simply not believe in Islam. I would love to give this to Muslim viewers. You can say, oh, that makes no sense and all that stuff, but I would just like you to look at to think through a little bit, and just to
this is the problem.
Take it apart.
This is the problem of theodicy, philosophical problem. It's a lot of writing on it and philosophical in the Western tradition and in the Islamic tradition. So we can't really get into it and address it, but just like all of these other issues, if you've listened on slavery, on hudud, on apostasy, like all of them have clear answers and logic, and theodicy is also an issue that we can deconstruct and analyze that you described. And I hope that you are a inquisitive person, Ridvan, and the fact that something doesn't make sense to you at a certain point of time, like you've went through this kind of transition. You were a practicing devout Muslim, and then now you're not. You're an atheist, but that could change. I've went through transitions in my life. I was Shia, I became Sunni, I was liberal and non-practicing, I became practicing. So these are things that we can change. We have to seek the truth. And I hope that if I can provide anything to help you understand certain things on a rational and logical basis, I'm always open to that. I don't shy away from conversation. I hope that one day actually you will also find the truth and return back to Islam. And that's my hope for everyone, because Islam is merciful in that way, that we care about others, we care about the salvation of others. And the happiness in this life and the next. So,
but I should be killed. okay. I'm just going to. Well, thank you so much for joining me, Daniel. I appreciate that you sat with me here for quite a while. I hope this discussion has been fruitful, has been beneficial in some way. I think it did get heated and complicated and controversial at some points, but I think it was necessary. As I said, I would always love to exchange ideas in a peaceful way when it comes to these issues, when it comes to theology, when it comes to the logic of believing, and all that. Let's see what the future brings. I thank you very much again for being here, despite terribly disagreeing with many things that you say, but you also do the same with me, so we are kind of at the same spot. I want to thank everybody for joining. Thanks so much for the chats. I haven't really been able to follow because I wanted to focus. There was so much going on here. Thanks, everybody. I will hopefully see you again. Daniel, do you want to say anything final?
No, you can follow me at muslimskeptic.com. That's my website. I have an institute, Alasna Institute. It's at alasna.org, alasna.org, where I teach how to address these issues and how to argue. We go much more in depth in my actual courses on these topics. So if you're a Muslim or non-Muslim interested in these issues and studying at an academic in-depth level, you can take my courses, join the institute at alasna.org, or if you just want free content, I have my Facebook page, my YouTube channel, Twitter, and you can also go to muslimskeptic.com.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you again, everybody. Have a fantastic day, evening, wherever you are. And as always, in the name of both of us, just kidding.
No.
Just kidding. I know I'm not allowed to do that. Have a great day and stay away from Islam.
Join Islam. Embrace Islam.
Stay away from Islam.
La ilaha illallah Muhammadan Rasulullah.
I dumped that.
Okay, so bye-bye.